Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear and see me. Could you just nod to acknowledge that you can? That's lovely, thank you. Well, good morning and welcome to this resumed hearing on Matter 6 on housing allocations. I was expecting Mr. Eburn to be here as well. Perhaps, Annette, you could just check to see if he will be joining us. Would that be possible, please?
Yes.
Thank you, that's lovely. I think everybody else around the virtual table has already been at a hearing session recently, including yesterday, but just for the purposes of the live stream, could I just ask you all to introduce yourselves again? Could I start with the council, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Isabella Tafour and I'm a barrister providing legal advice to the Borough Council, and Carlos Hone is also here again for the Borough Council.
Lovely, thank you. Mr. Edgerley, would you like to just say good morning as well, please?
Good morning, everybody. My name's Mark Edgerley. I'm a planner working at Boyer Planning, and we're representing Ipswich School in the examination hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Clow and Mr. Fish from the County Council. Perhaps I could start with you, Mr. Clow.
Good morning, I'm Cameron Clow. I'm a Senior Planning Officer from Suffolk County Council.
And Mr. Fish, good morning.
Good morning, Ma'am. My name is Christopher Fish, Senior Development Management Engineer from the County Council.
Lovely, thank you. Well, we'll wait to hear from Annette to see if Mr. Eburn is joining us from the Ravenswood Environmental Group. But as it's now time to start, we will carry on our discussions, or begin our discussions, and they will be focused this morning in the first session on the Ravenswood site allocations and the Airport Farm Kennels site allocation. And these are IP 150A to E and IP 152. So I'm going to start with the land south of Ravenswood Sports Park, which is allocated for 34 dwellings, and this is IP 150D. Now, I'd like to start with the council. I was going to start with Mr. Eburn, but perhaps I could start with the council in terms of the Ravenswood sites. And you will have seen from the hearing position statement from the Ravenswood Environmental Group that they're suggesting that the Ravenswood sites should be master planned and be the subject of a single comprehensive criteria-based policy. And I just wonder what the council's view is on that, please.
Thank you, Madam. The council's position is that the site allocation sheets are quite clear and do state that all of the sites should be master planned to have regard to each other. So we do feel that there is some level of expectation from the developer with regards to those sites. It's important to note that all of the sites are in the ownership of the Borough Council. And therefore, there can be that confidence with regards to master planning. It's not necessarily going to be an issue with regards to trying to convince different landowners to work together in order to do that. So there is an element of control over all of that land as it's in the ownership of the Borough Council. Therefore, the policies are written in a way, and so are the site allocation site sheets, in a way that identifies and cross-references across the policies themselves to indicate that master planning is necessary. Okay,
and do you feel that that would be sufficiently effective? I mean, I know Mr. Eburn was at an earlier hearing session, and he talked there about the difficulty and the clarity of the policies and the fact that the sites were all shown in different places within the plan, and I just wondered what your view is in terms of the effectiveness of those policies.
I think it's like we discussed in yesterday's sessions with the larger island site discussion about whether or not a criteria-based policy overseeing all of the Ravenswood policies would be necessary in order to provide that clarity. I think given the council's ownership position, that there maybe aren't the same concerns with Ravenswood as there are with some of the other sites.
Okay. In terms of, I mean, you talk about the sites being owned by the council, and in your hearing position statement, you say that it's being comprehensively planned. What evidence do you have to support that in terms of the evidence that's before us?
I would say that the sites, as part of the local plan development process, have been through significant levels of consideration in terms of their suitability. They've been through assessment under the SHELAR, the sustainability appraisal. It's had an HRA over the whole plan. Wildlife audit has looked at all of the sites, and transport modelling has also been done, as has a strategic flood risk assessment. So there is certainly a lot of evidence to suggest that the cumulative impact that would be borne out from the sites together have been considered.
Okay. And what's your view on the County Council's statement in its hearing position statement that a coordinated approach to these sites will be beneficial in terms of archaeological site investigations, a coordinated drainage strategy and integrated planning of transport?
Well, the Ravenswood development has been developed out since it was first brought forward by the Borough Council in a coordinated way, and we would expect that to continue for these additional sites. The Ravenswood development currently has a very successful SUD scheme that runs through the existing site in strategic network, and it would be anticipated that any development would connect into that, and so a coordinated approach would be expected. Obviously, we've been working with the County Council throughout the plan development process through the regulation stages, and have got their modelling or joint modelling on transport matters, and so we do feel confident that can be brought forward in a coordinated fashion with the County Council, where they cover their own responsibilities as Highways Authority and covering archaeology as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clow, did you want to say anything about that on behalf of the county?
No, I think Mr. Hone summed it up quite well, and that the site sheets in the plan make clear that a coordinated effort between all aspects of the Ravenwood site are expected in the plan.
And coming back to you, Mr. Hone, what's your view on the statement by the Ravenswood Environmental Group in their hearing position statement that the evidence on the site sheet in Appendix 3 to the plan proves that none of the constraints or impacts have been addressed? And is it sufficient for these matters to be considered at the planning application stage, in your view?
Well, it's clear from the evidence base that supports the policy allocations that a great deal of consideration has been given to these sites. As I said, the SHELAR has looked at the suitability of the sites. The sustainability appraisal has looked at how any issues that are raised can be mitigated, etc., through all of the evidence bases. The master planning would allow for a considered approach across the entire series of sites. So it's certainly something that could come forward in advance of a series of planning applications as a joint bit of work between the county and the Borough Council as landowner.
Okay. And in terms of the timescale for the master planning exercise, do you have any idea on that?
I think that would probably be directed by the expectation on housing delivery, so sometime obviously in advance of any planning applications coming in, and we have some information with regards to the first sites coming in, which are subject to new allocations in let me just check, by completion by the end of 2023, so sometime in the next 12 to 24 months.
Okay. And in terms of the site at 150D land south of Ravenswood, the sports park, which we're discussing at the moment, could the site accommodate 34 dwellings, and how would these relate to existing dwellings and the proposed sports park on the site at IP 150B?
Yes, it could accommodate that amount of dwellings. The site is, as you can see from the site sheet, a broad arc which follows the road Almsbourne Crescent. On the opposite side of that road, there are 31 dwellings already established as part of the existing Ravenswood development. So in terms of getting the number of dwellings that's proposed, 34 that we're proposing, we can't see that that would be too much of an issue. The site allocation also has respect to the existing swales. As I mentioned, the strategic SUDs, are well located within the Ravenswood development. So yeah, we feel that it could be accommodated.
And how would it relate to the proposed sports park to the rear?
Well, that would be subject to the master planning exercise. The strip of land that's put forward as part of the allocation is actually quite deep, so there would be potential for having pedestrian links behind the housing development and buffering landscaping within the sports park site as well.
Okay. And what evidence do you have to indicate that this site would provide an appropriate mix of housing in the area?
The policies in the draft local plan do set out what mix would be expected. Currently at Ravenswood, there's approximately 28% affordable housing within that site, which is slightly below what was anticipated when the site was first put forward. As we've discussed in other sessions, the council's delivery on affordable housing is something that we are aware can improve. And as part of the council's arm's length companies, they are looking to deliver more affordable housing through schemes such as at the Ravenswood sites. The site that we're probably coming on to, UVW, was subject of the last local plan as well, and that has a live planning application on it. So where there is ownership by the borough council, there is potential to increase the amount of affordable housing, but still provide a suitable mix that would be appropriate for the entire Ravenswood development.
Okay. And coming on to you, Mr. Edgley, if I may, a similar question to the one I asked you, I think, on several occasions yesterday. You've said that this site has been allocated for 23 years. So why do you consider that it can't be relied on to deliver housing within the plan period? You've heard what Mr. Holmes had to say in respect of the site ownership now being within the council's control. So, so what's your view in terms of that?
Good morning, thank you. Yeah, I think yeah, to sort of almost repeat your starter there, I feel as I might say similar things to what I said yesterday, but thank you for the opportunity. I think certainly in terms of what we heard from the council yesterday and also today, I think we obviously acknowledge that these many of these allocations are existing ones, and we understand why they've been carried forward, and as Mr. Holmes outlined, they are supported by evidence. However, our concern is more around the fragility of a lot of these sites. Many of them need to be master planned, and obviously that needs a process and time to go through. There's, as we discussed a lot more yesterday, a lot of the sites have various constraints which need to be overcome. It's also noticeable that the council are involved with a lot of these sites as landowners, and we sort of question the achievability of that. Obviously the council are doing everything they can to support sites, but they do seem to be taking on an awful lot of sites here, and I think that just sort of highlights the fragility almost of some of these allocations. And then we play that forward and can see that there'd still be an undersupply of housing over the plan period. So I don't think our comments are specifically about this site. I think it's a bit more of a kind of general overarching one, and therefore the need to provide additional sites in different ownerships potentially, which give a greater flexibility to the council and the communities of Ipswich.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edgley. Mr. Hone, I'd like to ask you to come back on that point, but specifically in terms of the capacity of the council to bring forward the sites that you're referring to here at Ravenswood, but also some of the sites that we talked of yesterday. And does the council have that capacity to bring forward all of these sites in a similar timescale?
I would say yes. From a local planning authority perspective, certainly, we're seeing the evidence that sites are coming forward in a phased manner. There's due diligence being undertaken by the applicants themselves on site constraints. They're engaging in pre-app discussions, and planning applications are coming forward quite rapidly. I think there should be quite a lot of confidence in the council as a house builder. It has its own private company, so I can't really comment on, their own personal capacity as a company. But nevertheless, in the history of the house building since it's been started, there's been high quality development completed at Bader Close, at Ulster Avenue, a number of very small sites within the town and the peripheral areas. The Tooks development of 60 dwellings is just about to complete in the next few months. We have UVW as a live planning application, having gone through a pre-app process. We have pre-apps on other arm's length company owned sites as well in the sort of planning system. So I have absolute confidence in the council being able to bring these forward. It's becoming a very experienced house builder, I would say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Adley, did you want to say anything further on that?
No, not really. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hone, in terms of the developability of this site, you say obviously in your hearing position statement that the site is owned by the council and that negates a cautious approach. But what evidence do you have to support the assumptions that it will be developed in years 6 to 10? And also, just going forward from that, further question, the statement of common ground, which is I-26, indicates that the site will deliver all 34 dwellings in year 4, as opposed to year 8, as set out in the housing trajectory in your hearing position statement. I just wanted to check when this site is likely to come forward. Is it in respect of that set out in the housing trajectory, or in the statement of common ground? Oh, sorry, you're on mute, Mr. Hone. I think we've done very well, actually, to in terms of the number of times we've had to say that, but apologies. Please, would you say what you were going to say?
Thank you. I think with regards to the statement of common ground, there's clear confidence from the council in being able to bring it forward in advance of when the trajectory has it planned. I would say that there are some highways matters that need to be resolved with regards to development of the rest of Ravenswood, which have been identified by the County Council, and we are supportive of those improvements that are required. Therefore, the larger site, which will deliver 126 dwellings, 150E, is likely to come forward before this site, but it will be down to master planning and phasing. And I think there is a direct relationship between this site and the sports park behind. The sports park was always part of the Ravenswood development and anticipated to come towards the end. Therefore, I can see that whilst the council is looking to be ambitious in terms of delivery, that I can see it coming further back in the plan period, just because of the intricacies of master planning out the sports park element as well.
Okay, so in terms of how we should look at it as inspectors, we should go by the trajectory in terms of the year 8 suggestion that is in the housing trajectory. Is that right?
I think we're taking a cautious approach. So as we've discussed already this morning, the likelihood is it's down to master planning and phasing. So we're taking a cautious approach with regards to that particular site. Okay,
that's fine. Obviously, because it has implications for the 5-year supply as well.
It does.
When that site's likely to come forward. But if we work on the basis of a cautious approach in respect to this site, then that would be agreeable to yourself, would it?
I think so. Obviously, we've got a lot of conversations to have, and there's a lot of consideration about 5-year supply coming up. The council is in a good position as a house builder, though, as I've tried to describe, and they do have that flexibility and the capacity to bring sites forward quicker than maybe other developers might do, particularly in the Ravenswood area where they are the landowner for all of the sites. The year 8 is what we have in our trajectory, but clearly there is a slight discrepancy with the statement of common ground.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on, does anybody else have anything to say in respect of land south of Ravenswood South Sports Park, IP 150D? No? Well, we'll move on then to, oh sorry, Mr. Hayden, you put your hand up there. I didn't quite catch your eye.
That's okay. Just one question for Mr. Hone, actually, just going back to the discussion earlier on about master planning, really. I was just interested to know the history of how the rest of Ravenswood was brought forward. And I assume that's all of the land to the north that is clearly laid out in a well-coordinated master planned approach. So I couldn't see that site in the 2017 plan. Was that an allocation from the previous plan, the 1997 plan? And how was that brought forward? Was it brought forward as a single allocation, subject to a single outline?
Thank you. I think you're right. It's from the 1997 plan where the housing delivery was looked at when the airport actually ceased to be in use. So it was a full master plan for the sites. I can't confirm whether or not it was an allocation in its own right, though, I'm afraid, without going back to look at that. But it was certainly a partnership between the council as landowner and the primary housing developer, Bellway.
Yeah, so the land that's allocated now, was that part of the original master plan for the airport site?
It was. The original master plan was for the housing as it's been built out. There have been some variations to the outline planning permission to increase the capacity on the sites, but UVW site is the last remaining of the housing allocations that were subject to that original master plan. Okay.
So yeah, so I guess my sort of maybe it's a rhetorical question back to you, is does that not tend to suggest that the approach taken with the site that's been built out already, which I agree, certainly on plan, I haven't visited it, but on plan looks to be a really great example of master planning a new neighbourhood. But it was done as a single exercise, and that rather tends to support the view that where you have a series of other sites that are additions to that master plan, that a coordinated approach ought to be carried through into those remaining sites. So I think the fact the existing site has been built out well is a testament to a coordinated approach rather than supporting the approach that's set out now in the plan. I think is the point that I wanted to just ask you to come back on.
Thank you. We're not saying that it shouldn't be a coordinated approach. I think the plans are saying that it should be coordinated, and we've tried to do that with the county council already, and through the evidence base that we have, and all of the allocations indicate that a master planned approach should take place, and the master plan would identify the phases to come forward and the strategic integration between the urban design sort of functions of the new sites and the existing Ravenswood development. So I think that is what is proposed. I think the critical question maybe is that should it be a policy in its own right, and that's something that we've sort of commented on. I don't think the council would necessarily be adverse to that, but we do feel that given the land ownership and the level of confidence that the council has as the landowner, they can bring it forward in a coordinated way.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So thank you, Ms. Baker, just for bearing with me.
Mr. Clow, did you want to come in on that point?
Yeah, I just wanted to support what Mr. Hone was saying there. That we have been working together as local authorities on this site, and identifying the issues that need to be covered, particularly with regards to transport mitigation. So we're happy to continue working with the Borough Council on that basis, that it's a coordinated approach.
Okay. Well, perhaps sort of just picking up on the points that Mr. Hayden has raised there, and Mr. Hone that you've responded to, perhaps it's something that the council could go away and have a look at again in terms of the coordinated approach to these sites, and whether or not a single policy approach would be appropriate in these circumstances.
Certainly, if it feels it's going to give confidence to the plan and the allocation coming forward, we'll certainly be open to looking at that.
Thank you. I think as well, it's not just about the plan, but in terms of the confidence for the local community as well going forward. And I think that was a point that Mr. Eburn was sort of raising, wasn't it, previously, in respect of his concerns that the sites seem to be being notified to individually rather than as a collective, if you like. So perhaps a more coordinated approach, a single policy-based approach would be provide more clarity for local people as well. So if the council's willing to do that, I think as inspectors we would appreciate if you could have another look at it and come back to us with any suggestions.
Certainly, we're happy to do that.
Thank you. Just while I'm talking about Mr. Eburn, I understand he's had some technical difficulties joining this morning and is hoping to join us about 10:15. Sorry, did you want to say anything about that, Annette?
No, sorry, just to reinforce that I had contacted him in several ways this morning, trying to understand what the issue was, and he has let me know that he has had technical difficulties and he can join the meeting at 10:15. I realise we've discussed a lot of Ravenswood, but I just wanted to let you know that's his position.
That's fine, and obviously I will give him the opportunity to have his say at that point in respect of the points that he wants to make in terms of Ravenswood. So thank you for that. That's lovely for chasing that up, and we'll hear from Mr. Eburn shortly, I'm sure. So if we could move on then to land south of Ravenswood, and this is site 150E, which is allocated for 126 dwellings. And really, several of my questions will have already been covered by the previous questions for the previous site. Obviously, you'll understand that when we're looking at a coordinated approach, some of the questions cross many of the sites. So should the plan make it clear that the Ravenswood site allocations, that's 150B, C, D and E, should be the subject of a comprehensive master plan to ensure that a comprehensive approach to the delivery of housing, employment and sports facilities is achieved? Mr. Hone, do you feel that the plan does that already, or should it be more explicit?
I think the council is confident that the master planning is quite clearly evidenced within the plan, in the site allocations plan. However, as just discussed, we'll happily look at whether or not we can improve how that coordinated approach can be communicated and how that might aid the delivery and master planning exercise and integration with the county council and their highways issues.
Thank you. And in terms of the status of the site sheets in Appendix 3, what is their status? And would the constraints and issues set out in respect of each allocation, including the proposed change 6.7 set out in your hearing position statement, be sufficient to guide development of these sites in your view? Sorry, Mr. Hone, coming to you.
Yeah, the status of the site sheet is as a plan which indicates that the land is allocated for the set use. It indicates what the constraints are within that particular site, and the changes to the main modification that's suggested would include those constraints within the actual table itself. So it is considered that would be adequate to identify all the necessary components required for comprehensive master planning with the other sites.
I think probably what I'm suggesting to you is that perhaps when you look at the consideration of a policy in respect of in respect of the Ravenswood sites, whether or not you look to include some of these constraints within that policy, so it's clear what the requirements would be for anybody coming forward to develop on any of those sites, and that they have one place in which to view that. What's the council's view on that?
I think that if there was a set policy that covered the Ravenswood sites, then yes, it would be the ideal place to put all those criteria into it. So yes, we're satisfied with that approach.
Thank you. In terms of the land south of Ravenswood for 126 dwellings, again, a similar question to the one I asked previously on the previous site. What evidence do you have to indicate that this site would provide an appropriate mix of housing?
Again, the council's core strategy policies set out the need to have an appropriate mix with regards to the identified need. The planning application for the 96 dwellings at sites UVW does give a good indication of the broad range of tenures and sizes and types of housing that would be provided. And Ravenswood as a whole has a very diverse mix of housing types, tenures, and mixes of property types. There's flatted development, housing development of different sizes as well. So in order that the master planning of this area coordinates well with the existing Ravenswood development, it's considered that would be a natural phase progression on from what's already been developed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edgley, did you want to add anything in terms of the points that you've already raised in respect to the previous site, without repeating yourself, obviously, but is there anything else that you wanted to say about this site? Obviously, again, you made similar points in respect to this site in terms of the length of the allocation. And did you want to add anything further?
I think the only thing I'd sort of add further is probably just based on the sort of recent conversation about potentially looking at a comprehensive policy for the area. I think I could understand how that would potentially provide a bit more certainty and a bit more of a sort of coordinated approach, but we'd just have to look at the detail of that to understand how that actually brings forward the allocations, because I think our main objection, as detailed within the representations in the hearing statement, is just that they've been allocated for such a long period of time. Would another policy, comprehensive in its nature, would that actually bring them forward in a quicker way, potentially? So no, nothing more apart from just an observation about that comprehensive policy. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the deliverability of this site, Mr. Hone, you say in your hearing position statement again that the council owns this site, and that again negates a more cautious approach. But what evidence do you have to support the assumptions that it will be developed in years 4 to 6? And in terms of just going on from that, the statement of common ground I-26 with the council as landowner and your hearing position statement indicate that the site will deliver all 126 dwellings in years 4 to 6, as opposed to years 4 to 8 as set out in the housing trajectory, and from year 5 in the appendix to your hearing position statement. Furthermore, Appendix 1 of the updated housing delivery note, which is I-24, now says that 42 dwellings will be delivered on this site in both years 4 and 5. And I just wondered what the reasons were for these discrepancies, and on what basis the council has brought the delivery of this site forward slightly within its housing delivery note. I just wonder if you could just give me a little bit of information about that, please.
Thank you. I think that the council has a corporate commitment to delivering housing across the borough. That's one of its main corporate ambitions, and it has done. I've mentioned a number of sites where that house building programme has started and been successful. I think as the council gets more experienced at that, as time goes on, then there's more understanding of how quickly sites can come forward. And I would say that the most up-to-date position, where we're looking at 42 dwellings in year 4, 5 and 6, is probably reflective of the experience gained from delivery of housing, particularly at the Took sites, and experience of how quickly the council as a house building company can get from pre-app discussions onto site. So I think they are obviously clearly ambitious in terms of the housing numbers that they're looking to deliver, but that is reflective of that corporate commitment.
Okay, I think again that sort of brings up this point that Mr. Edgley raised in terms of capacity, doesn't it? In terms of the council's capacity for bringing forward sites at the same time, basically, and whether or not you can do that. And what evidence do you have to support that, Mr. Hone?
I would probably be cautious in what I say, because I'm not involved in the sort of arm's length companies of the council and what employment and what capacity they have. But obviously we have communication with them. They're part of the council effectively. So I'm happy to maybe provide you something on that gives a bit more detail about their capacity to deliver. I think part of it is going to be not using the same house builder for every single site, that they will use a variety of small and medium-sized house builders from the local area. They will use a number of different consultants to draw together the necessary reports that support the planning application process. So I think that there's probably a few things like that, but I can certainly go away and provide you some additional information if you'd like.
I think that would be really useful if you could do it in the form of a note, just setting out how that would work going forward in terms of the numbers of sites and the dates that these sites are anticipated to come forward for delivery, so that we have an idea of how the council would be able to bring forward these sites as it is suggesting. So if you could do that, that would be very helpful to us. Thank you.
Sorry,
Sorry, Mr. Hayden.
I think it would just be helpful if that note could explain the approach, the process the council takes in bringing sites forward, and how that's different to the approach that a private landowner would take. Yeah, why is the council able to bring sites forward any more quickly? Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
That's fine. No, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Hone. Would that be okay for you to take that forward and do that, prepare that for us?
Certainly.
Lovely. Thank you. Okay, is there anything else in terms of 150E before we move on? No? Okay. So if we could move on then to 150A, which is the Ravenswood UVW site, Mr. Hone, which you've already referred to on several occasions. And just in terms of the planning application, which is 200781 FUL, when has that been determined now, or is that due to be determined shortly?
It is being presented to Planning Committee on the 16th of December.
Thank you. And do you know what the recommendation is yet?
Yeah, sorry, I should have said. Recommendation is for approval.
I assumed it was, but I would just like to confirm that is for approval, and that's on the 16th of December.
That's correct.
Thank you. And will that be subject to a 106?
It will be. There's infrastructure requirements, so that there is a requirement for a Section 106 agreement.
And presumably if members were minded to approve, it would be subject to the signing of a Section 106, would it?
That's the usual position from applications that require a Section 106 agreement. I think that it's important to note that the council is looking at housing delivery and how to speed things up, and the Housing Delivery Action Plan identifies that there are sometimes delays with regards to developers getting on site due to the lag between when a committee resolves to approve planning permission and when the Section 106 is agreed. So as part of that Housing Delivery Action Plan, we've been looking at improving speeds of drafting Section 106 agreements, and this is I would say one of those cases where we're looking to do that in a more expedient manner, so that we can get the decision actually out very soon after the committee resolution.
Okay, so you say very soon after the committee resolution. So in terms of the drafting of that Section 106 agreement and its signing, how long do you anticipate that would take?
I think what I can say is what is usual. Usually before we deal with the applications as we've proposed in the Housing Delivery Action Plan, we would have a resolution to, for example, grant planning permission subject to the signing of a Section 106 within 6 months, or any other agreed timeframe. But that 6 months allows there to be a commitment to work on the Section 106 with the developer. But that is usually from a standing start after the committee resolution. For this particular site, we have started the drafting work already, so it's anticipated that will be a far shorter time period. But I can't clarify exactly how long, because it's still being drafted.
Okay, so you're hopeful that it will be less than 6 months, but you're unable to tell me how much less. Is that a fair?
I think that's fair, but we anticipate it to be significantly shorter than 6 months.
Okay. And could I just ask Mr. Clow, or Mr. Fish indeed, actually, given that this relates to transport, has a sufficient assessment been carried out in relation to the impact of this proposal on the local highway network?
I think I'd like to pass over to Mr. Fish, as he would have been looking at that directly.
Mr. Fish, would you be able to respond to that for me?
I believe the short answer is yes. It is somewhat qualified because, for example, trip counts couldn't have been done within the last 9 months because of COVID-19. There was a transport statement, and we've been through that and are satisfied that that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, ma'am, I should also add that it has been included in the transport modelling as well.
Thank you, that's very helpful, Mr. Clow. Lovely. And Mr. Hone, what's the mix of housing proposed on this site as part of the submitted planning application?
So in terms of the tenure mix, there's a mix of 70% affordable rent, 10% starter homes, and 20% market rent. And it's a mixture of accommodation between 1 and 2 bedroom flats, 2, 3, 4 and 5 bedroom houses, and some 3 bedroom bungalows as well. I think it's important to stress that any consideration will be made by the planning committee on next Wednesday on the 16th, and any sort of comments as to the acceptability of the site and how it's being considered will be determined by them at that point. So I would obviously put some caution into how we're responding to a live planning application.
Yes, I obviously understand your difficulties. It was just to give me a little bit more clarity about the nature of the application that's before members.
Yep.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful. In terms of the mix, then, I appreciate that you probably want to be a bit cautious about what you say. Do you think that that is an appropriate mix of housing for this particular site? Mr. Hone, sorry.
Yeah, I would like to be cautious about how I respond to that. The recommendation is for approval to members, and therefore the mix and type of properties that are included in the planning application are therefore considered to be acceptable.
Okay, thank you. And what evidence does the council have to demonstrate that this site will come forward as anticipated in the housing trajectory and the statement of common ground with Hanford Homes in year 2 for 50 dwellings and year 3 for 46 dwellings, Mr. Hone?
There is clear evidence that the council works quickly, subject to planning permission being in place. This site has been subject to a planning application in the past that was called in by the Secretary of State. A number of the site constraints have already been looked at. I understand that reptiles have been looked at on site and already moved off site where required. The site is a clear site, so there's no real constraints to it. Whilst it's brownfield, in its land criteria is essentially an old airfield site which had grass runoffs to the airstrips, so there aren't any significant land constraints to delivery. It's already attached to the highway network, and it's a relatively straightforward site to get to deliver, so there's no real reason to suggest that it wouldn't be able to be completed within that time frame.
And would it just be a single outlet? Would it just be Handford Homes who are developing the site?
I understand that would be the case. It's only slightly bigger than the Tooks site that's been delivered by Handford Homes, so there's no reason to suggest it wouldn't just be them delivering.
And in terms of the Tooks site, obviously the rate of delivery at 50 dwellings in year 2 and 46 dwellings in year 3, is that comparable to what Handford were achieving on the Tooks site?
I think that was the case until we had the global pandemic. It had slowed things down a touch, so I understand that they are completing that, like I said, over the next couple of months. Housing delivery at Ravenswood has been particularly high in the past as part of site delivery. I think at a peak of over 200 dwellings per annum through 2 different sites, but I can imagine this is just phased through in one go. So there's no reason to doubt that it could be completed as proposed. Okay,
thank you. That's helpful. Before we move on then, does anybody have any other questions? Mr. Hayden, did you have anything further on this site? Okay, thank you. We'll move on then to land south of Ravenswood, and this is 150C. How does the council intend to require a master plan for the Ravenswood allocations and under IP 152, which is the airport farm kennels site? Is reference on the site sheet sufficient, or should this be set out in a policy? I think that we've probably already dealt with that issue. So unless there's anything else that you wanted to say, Mr. Hone, in respect to that point.
No, I think we're satisfied with how we've discussed it, and we'll take that away to revise or to relook at how all of those sites are combined.
Thank you, that's helpful. And in terms of what evidence do you have to support the exclusion of Class B1A office use on this site?
The council strategy for delivery of office space is to have it within the town centre, where it's in a far more sustainable location, and you will get a higher density of employee per square metre. Therefore, it's considered the right approach to take for this particular site. The site is on the edge of Ipswich, close to the A14, where you would anticipate a more intense kind of more B2 type use. It's very close to Ransom's Europark, which is a very large employment site, so you would expect similar sort of uses to come forward.
That's lovely, thank you. And I see that Mr. Eburn has just managed to join us. I understand you've had technical difficulties this morning, Mr. Eburn.
Yeah, my apologies. That's bad form, but hey ho.
Don't worry, these things happen. Hopefully you'll be able to catch up on the internet following this session, so you'll be able to see what has been discussed. But I'll come to you shortly, if I may, because we're just in the middle of talking about IP 150C, which is the land south of Ravenswood. And I will give you the opportunity to make any points that you want to make, but I'd just like
they're quite simple. They're quite simple points, so it won't take you too long.
That's fine, thank you. Well, I'll come back to you in a second, if I may, but I just want to finish off the questions I had on this site with Mr. Hone. Mr. Hone, in terms of changes to be made to Table 3, do you think that there should be changes made, including in relation to this site, to reflect the recent UCO changes?
Yes, I think that's probably the right approach, to include the most up-to-date use class order changes.
And would you be able to prepare a proposed change for that for us, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And what evidence does the council have to indicate that safe access to this site could be provided? And what are the highway options that the council and county council are developing, and how would these reduce present and future local highway impact? Mr. Hone, can I come to you first, and then I will go to Mr. Clow and Mr. Fish from the county council in respect of that.
Thank you. As part of the evidence to support the drafting of the site allocations plan and the local plan, a significant amount of transport modelling was undertaken, which included the capacity of all of the residential sites at Ravenswood and the employment sites. And the capacity modelling looked at AM and PM peak trip rates, and it was considered that the development could come forward as part of the ISPA-wide transport mitigation strategy. There are some mitigation strategies proposed to try and help with modal shift, and the work that is ongoing with the county council relates to Nacton Road.
Thank you. Mr. Clow or Mr. Fish, did you want to say anything further on that?
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Hone covered things well. You've also obviously seen our hearing statement, which sets out some of the options that we are considering for Ravenswood as a whole, not just this site. As Mr. Hone said, we would have a focus on sustainable transport. And we are still awaiting to hear from the Department for Transport on pinch point funding, which we are hoping will fund some improvements to the Nacton roundabout, but unfortunately we're still waiting on that. But I think that I'll pass over to Mr. Fish in case I've missed anything.
Thank you. I'm afraid I don't think I have anything to add on that. Yes, it's the ISPA strategy. Because of the proximity to Nacton Road, it does err on the side of the strategic strategy comparable to other smaller sites. Yes, I think our statement sets it out quite well.
Thank you. Mr. Clow, you talked there about pinch point funding. Do you have any idea of the timescales for that?
No, I'm afraid we have asked the Department for Transport if when that might be coming, but we have not received an answer to that yet, I'm afraid.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Eburn, perhaps I could bring you in at this point. Did you want to say anything in terms of the site land south of Ravenswood, 150C, at this point? And then I'll come on and ask you about other sites within Ravenswood. Sorry, you're on mute, I'm afraid. There we are.
Apologies. Just to come back on a couple of those points, there seems to be talk about modal shift and focus on sustainable transport, but I don't see any evidence that there is what evidence there could be for achieving a significant modal shift, as it's obviously well known that there's an issue with the capacity of the junction to the Ravenswood development. Already along Ainsbourne Crescent, which is abutting this site, there's bus infrastructure and there are bus stops, but there's no bus service there at all. It's a bit of an oddity that there are bus shelters and bus stops, but no bus service. But it seems a bit peculiar that the traffic assessment is assuming modal shift, but without suggesting that the development will achieve that. And looking at more specifically at 150C, it's my submission that this should be considered in the round with all the other sites. And in this locality, when you look at the sites which are allocated for various uses, they are conjoined. They have shared boundaries, and together that is a site of 23.5 hectares. So it's a sizable development, yet the local plan doesn't consider it as a cumulative development. In no place does it consider its cumulative impact on traffic or other issues. So that's a sort of the key point that we are making, and I don't see anything in the local plan which addresses the totality of the development.
Thank you, Mr. Eben. Before I come back to Mr. Clow or to Mr. Fish to respond to those points, I don't know if you've been able to watch any of the. You probably won't have done if you've had technical issues with your laptop or computer, but. As part of the discussion that we've already had, the council has agreed to go away and consider the Ravenswood site as a whole and look at whether or not an individual policy in respect of these sites should be developed, a criteria-based policy. So they're going to take that away and look at that. So that's one thing I wanted to just make you aware of before, because I know that was a concern of the Ravenswood Environmental Group, wasn't it?
Indeed, and I think one of the things that touches upon that is that, I raised this in a previous session, is that the way the council has prepared the local plan is to have these what they call site sheets, which are in Appendix 3B, and it's never been made clear to me that an appendix to the local plan is the local plan, and quite often some of the partial remedies to our objections are people point to Appendix 3B and say, well, it's covered in that, but that appendix is literally a kind of a list of kind of reasons why you wouldn't allocate the sites. They've got ecology constraints, they've got highway constraints, and they've got this or that issue. To me, that those, before you find a local plan sound, you need to get to the bottom of these constraints, not put them in an appendix and say, oh, well, they're kind of things we have to watch out for. That doesn't sound like proper planning.
Okay, Mr. Hone, did you want to come back on that point, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Clare and Mr. Fish, in terms of the transport issues.
Thank you. The site sheets are supplementary to the local plan, which would be implemented in accordance with the actual policies within it. As you've already mentioned, Madam, we have agreed to take away the Ravenswood sites to look at them to see how they could be, some more certainty could be put towards deliverable aims for the sites through master planning and potentially through a joint policy. So hopefully that resolves some of the matters. In terms of cumulative impact, the evidence base that supports the local plan has looked at cumulative impact. Certainly the sustainability appraisal has, the transport modelling certainly has. It's looked at Ravenswood as a whole zone and the impact on the local road network as a whole as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clow, did you want to add anything to that? Sorry, Mr. Eben, I will come back to you in a moment. Could I ask you to just switch your microphone off while the others are speaking, and then I'll come back to you. Mr. Clow.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the point that the traffic modelling hasn't been addressed cumulatively. It has. The modelling does address the cumulative impact of transport. And as to the evidence for mode shift, I think that was quite well covered in the previous sessions where Suzanne Buck talked about the ISPA sustainable transport strategy and outlined some of the measures, including the quality bus partnership on the bus issue that Mr. Eben was talking about with the lack of service. The quality bus partnership, we are aiming to dramatically improve the services and the patronage, and the quality bus partnership is a way to do that. That's been proven in other places, and also arguably more housing and more uses in this location would increase demand for a bus service and support reinstating a bus service in this location.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Eben, could I come back to you then? Is there anything else you'd like to say in respect to that point?
Yeah, I just want to go back again on this issue of the site sheets. Mr. Hone said that they were supplemental to the local plan, and what you're doing, madam, is examining a local plan, not something that's supplemental to it. And so for instance, there isn't a local plan policy which talks about master planning. There isn't any assessment of cumulative impact in the local plan policy, but there's this sort of kind of waffle at the end in an appendix. Is that part of the local plan, and why is it in an appendix? Why aren't the resolution of constraints embedded in a policy? I don't take it that the answer, maybe I need to sort of play it back, but that answer seemed to be saying, well, it's kind of that the appendix is something else other than the local plan. And then going back to this, the cumulative side of things, it's not right that there's a cumulative assessment, because if one were to submit a planning application for a 20-hectare development, then that would have a whole host of different environmental issues attached to it. In particular, environmental impact assessment, it would certainly come into play as a site of that scale. And yet the council has decided to propose this in a piecemeal fashion, and never has the local population been presented with a comprehensive proposal. In actual fact, the only time they've been presented with a comprehensive proposal was when the Ravenswood development was first proposed upon the cessation of airport activity, which was some years ago.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hone, did you want to come back on those points? And then I think we'll move on if we can, because we're at 10:30 now.
I think the council's clarified its position with regards to master planning before Mr. Eburn was on the call. Obviously, that we did feel that there was enough interrelationship between the sites themselves to ensure master planning, and the confidence that's there by Ipswich Borough Council being the primary landowner and sole landowner. However, I'll reiterate, like we've said, we will take that away and look at a single policy and see how that works.
Thank you. Mr. Eburn, sorry, if I could just add to that, just for clarity. Mr. Hone, you have also said that you will look at the constraints on the site sheets, and if we are of the view that a single policy for Ravenswood, a criteria-based policy for Ravenswood would be appropriate, looking at the constraints within those site sheets and putting those into a policy and setting it out clearly in the policy what would be expected of development that comes forward on those sites. Mr. Eburn, did you want to say something more?
I think you hit the nail on the head there somewhat, that Ipswich Borough being landowner and the council, and that's not an area where we've got to be confident about. That's an area where we've got to be really cautious about, but certainly in terms of public perception. We've already had the council apply to itself for a development at Ravenswood which doesn't comply with its own policies. So here you have a council which sets the policy in the local plan, then applies for planning permission for it to carry out development on its own land. So that's why we need to give this the utmost scrutiny and not just have kind of oblivious kind of confidence that, oh, it's the council involved in every aspect of it, therefore it's going to be okay.
Thank you for that, Mr. Eburn. I mean, as you'll be aware, or perhaps be aware, that it's not unusual for a council to submit a planning application to itself. Mr. Ford, did you want to say anything about that? I see you have your microphone unmuted.
Thank you very much, Madam. Yes, I just wanted to clarify that the site sheets are, of course, part of the plan itself, and the plan has to be read as a whole and includes both the policies and the supporting text and any appendices to it. So that's just the first point. And the other point, Madam, I think you were just covering, there's absolutely nothing unusual in a local authority as landowner applying for planning permission to the local planning authority, and there's a well-established division of those separate functions of the council, and there's absolutely nothing to make you or anybody suspicious, or there shouldn't be, because it's perfectly normal.
Thank you. Perhaps we can move on then now to IP 150B, land south of Ravenswood. And what evidence, Mr. Hone, is there to support the assertion in your hearing position statement that this site will come forward for a sports park within the plan period?
Thank you. The sports park was always part of the Ravenswood master plan as a whole, and anticipated to come forward at the end of that development. I think that the council has been in discussions with local clubs, which have maybe fractured somewhat over the past few years. We do appreciate it that it's been in the plan for a while. However, the policies within the plan do support the delivery of additional sport and recreational facilities. SP7 and CS16 do that. And furthermore, policy CS16 does anticipate a review of the estate sports facilities that the council control. So there is evidence to suggest that it will come forward because of that commitment. However, we do appreciate that it is an area of land that has been associated with Ravenswood for a while without things coming forward. To a degree, these sites will be reliant on funding to bring them forward, and that is always a difficult matter. We've discussed funding in previous sessions, but with regards to sports facilities, Sports England have raised no objections to this being in, and neither of the other statutory consultees have either. All of the evidence-based supports the allocation, and there's no significant red flags to do with that allocation either.
Thank you. If I could just move on to funding, and you say that the council owns the site, as it does all of the Ravenswood sites, and you say that with additional funding it will come forward. Well, does any funding exist for this proposal? And if additional funding is required, where will this come from, and within what timescale, Mr. Home?
I think that the sports park allocation was available for funding from Sports England originally. This is thought to be something that could be a regional centre, and that funding was from, I think, the cycling arm of Sports England. However, that's not readily available at this moment in time, so there is a level of uncertainty, I would say, about the funding associated with this. But it's a relatively large site, and without that being in the plan, there wouldn't be land allocated for sports facilities of this scale and nature, should funding become available at a later date.
Okay. And you refer to the Ravenswood master planning process, and that it is anticipated that this site would be included in that. What timescale are you working towards in respect of your master planning and in terms of bringing this site forward, Mr. Home?
I think we mentioned before, looking at the housing trajectories and plan for delivery of housing, we would be looking for master planning within the next 12 to 24 months.
Thank you. And you refer, sorry, if I could aim a question out the County Councillor, you refer to the vehicular access to this site being via the Ravenswood development. Would this be achieved through the master planning exercise proposed by the Council, Mr. Clow?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And one final question from me. Why does the Council consider that identifying the specific use facility to be provided on this site now might prejudice future site development? And should such an allocation be justified on the basis of the need for particular sporting facilities, which is clearly set out in the plan, Mr. Home?
I think that until the review has been undertaken, it's difficult to provide a set use for the site in terms of a precise sports function.
Okay. Are there any other questions in terms of this site?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Eber. Sorry, I was looking at the hands up function. Have you got that function?
Yeah, right, I would use that. I've taken issue with this entirely because it's really worrying. What the councils don't even know what a sports park is. They're allocating a site for it's kind of whatever. It's a sports park, but what could that be? Could it be a receiver of very many visitors to the location in cars, or could there be a there be significant lighting proposed? Would it be a noisy activity? It's immediately adjacent to a county wildlife site. I mean, immediately, directly adjacent. It's visually contiguous with that area. They look the same, the county wildlife site and this site. So there's no assessment of impact on ecology, on and particularly lighting, I would say. But then so there are a whole host of environmental impacts of a gamut of potential uses, and so we just don't know what's proposed. If there was a specific proposal, then perhaps one could consider allocating a site for a specific use. But there are people living nearby who are concerned about it in terms of their own residential amenity. There are houses that literally face onto this. Are they going to be experiencing significant noise from sporting events? We just don't know. So I urge you or urge the council to take a step back from this and consider what it is that would be proposed, and and then consider its impact on the wider community and the wider environment.
Thank you, Mr. Eben. I think from what you're saying, it's the uncertainty of not knowing what the details, if you like, in terms of that specific proposal, isn't it?
Well, I don't think the council would be proposing in its local plan an area which is just for development, so of no particular description. Yeah, all the other allocations have got a specific proposal. Indeed, the amount of industrial floor space is referenced in some of these areas, and the exact number of dwellings is referenced. But here, a sports park, I don't even know what use class that is. It probably isn't a use class, it's a sui generis use. It's just so ridiculously vague that no one who lives nearby or has care for the environment in the locality can have any idea of what the impact will be. It might be relatively minor. I mean, to be fair, it might be, if it's just for a local club to have a kickabout on between the hours of sort of 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, then people might not be that bothered. And it might be that skylarks can still nest on the adjacent land. But if it is used for something where it becomes a more significant project, then there's inflowing traffic and a whole host of impacts which would have needed to have been assessed at this stage.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Hone, would you like to come back on those points, please?
Thank you. The site has been considered with regards to its impacts through the sustainability appraisal and the habitats regulations assessment appraisal as well. So those do cover the environmental issues that Mr. Eburn has raised. Any delivery of the site would be subject to the development management policies as well, to ensure net gain and no adverse harmful impact on any ecology or habitats within that locality. So there are controls there to cover how the site is brought forward to ensure that there's no harmful impact.
In terms of the uncertainty, though, that Mr. Eburn's raised in respect of the types of sports uses, for example, lighting and all that, so because you don't know the detail, how have you been able to assess that in the HRA and the SA?
They've assessed a generic use there. I think that the precise nature of the use of the sports park will be subject to a comprehensive review of the council's sporting facilities. And like I said earlier, without this site being allocated, it would be difficult to have land available should there be a precise need for a club or something like that. It is was anticipated that this was going to be a cycling facility, an outdoor cycling facility, rather than any form of other more intensive built facility.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Eburn, did you want to say anything finally on this before we move on?
I just want to say that is incorrect. When you reference back to the HRA, it seems to assume that this is just an area of open space in terms of its use. There's no predicted uses, there's no prediction of buildings, there's no prediction of visitors, there's no concept that there might be lighting on the site. There's no prediction of noise. It's generic. It's a generic view which would make one believe this is just a piece of open space, yet it's not. This in allocate. If someone was to come forward, we're looking at guiding a future planning application. I urge caution. I know the council can apply to itself. It's quite right that it can apply to itself for its own development. I'm not disputing that, but I'm expressing a degree of caution, given that is the circumstance. So if the council wants to apply to itself for an evening sporting use, then they will be pointing to the local plan and saying, look, it's allocated for a sports park, so we can have 6 floodlights on this site, and we can have a use which generates very, very significant visitor numbers because it's in our local plan as a sports park. Now, I don't think that's good enough. It needs to be either a specific allocation or no allocation at all.
I'll just ask a question about the HRA. Where is that in the HRA?
I think it's table that it's in tables in the HRA. So you go through. I referenced before in my I gave a sort of short supplemental statement in the earlier session and reference. I don't have it in front of me right now, but it was the early paragraphs. There's paragraph 2.3 and 2.7, and then there are tables. There are 2 tables where the different allocations, that the environmental impacts of those are kind of screened, and then at the end of the table it kind of assesses what impacts those were for each of them. And when you reference in that table, you look at this particular one, it is vague, and that those potential impacts are not screened.
Okay.
Madam, could I, Madam, just raise a point about the acceptability or otherwise of impacts? Now, obviously, just because a site is allocated for a particular use doesn't mean that anything goes. Just because a site is allocated for housing doesn't mean you can have any type of housing with any type of impact. All of that would be considered at development management stage. And the extent to which floodlights or visitor numbers or noise cause unacceptable impacts, that will be considered at development management stage. And if the impacts are unacceptable, then the proposal wouldn't be allowed. Just a point of clarification, if it assists Mr. Eburn, the use of an area for outdoor sports falls within use class F2C as of the 1st of September.
Thank you, Mr. Fore. Yes, I mean, obviously we're examining the plan as a whole, and that there are other policies within the plan. It's not just seen as the in terms of the policy relating to the sports park allocation, but any application would have to be considered against the policies in the plan as taken as a whole. I'd like to move.
So, Madam, if I may, there's an issue raised about the use class.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the local plan is not referencing a use class for this site.
Well, perhaps that's something, Mr. Hone, that you could look at as part of the review of the policy for the Ravenswood sites, and maybe inserting a use class following the changes to the use classes order in September. That might be an appropriate way forward. Would the council be able to consider that as part of the review of the Ravenswood sites, please?
Certainly, we can certainly look at the use class order and try and give a bit more precision for this particular part of the site as part of a whole master planned approach.
That's really helpful. That's really helpful.
I think that would provide some clarity and also ensure that the policy is effective. So if we can move on then, please. Mr. Reben, could I just ask you to turn your microphone off? It's just to prevent feedback, that's all, because sometimes we get a little bit of an echo. So if I could move on then to IP 152 and the airport farm kennels north of the A14 site. If I could come to the council first, what evidence do you have to indicate that safe access to this site could be provided? And what are the highway options that the council and county council are developing, and how would these reduce present and future highway impact? Mr. Hone, if I could start with you, and then I'll come on to Mr. Clow from the county council.
Thank you. The the council has undertaken with the county council through WSP a whole host of modelling that's been looked at for this and the other sites across the local plan. In particular, looking at the cumulative impact on Nacton Road and the A14 junctions. That work has been undertaken, like I said, as part of an ISPA-wide bit of work. The county are supportive of the evidence that's come through there, and it's anticipated that future work is required in order to look at this. I think this is a site that would be incorporated in the master planned approach that we would be having for the Ravenswood area that we've been discussing this morning.
Yes, yes, please, if you could include that in that overall consideration, I would appreciate that. Mr. Clay, would you like to add anything to those points?
Just that, yes, it would be, the access would be considered as part of what we've just been discussing in terms of Ravenswood as a whole, and in terms of its access and transport issues. So this would need to be planned comprehensively as part of Ravenswood allocations as a whole.
Thank you. Mr. Eben, did you want to add anything to that?
Well, yes, I think one of the things that seems to me to be required is a new access to this area. The plan is currently, again, you're examining the plan. The plan is really vague in terms of access to this. The only access to this particular site, or particular part of the site, of course, because we're talking about a significant allocation of 20 plus hectares, but the only access to this particular site probably would not be usable for the form of development that's proposed. And in our view, a new access is required to this allocation, not something which is kind of cobbled together based upon the existing access to the Ravenswood development, which is already stressed, or indeed so stressed that the local MP saw fit to raise it as a question to Parliament only last week.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eben. Mr. Clay, did you want to come back on that?
Apologies, I was muted. I'm just going to bring in my colleague Christopher Fish to talk about the highways and transport issues in more detail.
Thank you, Mr. Fish.
Thank you. I believe as Mr. Clare and Mr. Hone had said, the modelling obviously has made some assumptions and hasn't assumed any new access as far as I'm aware. And that said, it's still to be finally determined through the development management process. And as a strategy point, we wouldn't anticipate a new all movements junction onto Nacton Road. We would have to work with Highways England in this particular location as a strategic corridor, to be very careful of ramifications back onto the high-speed network. And I would also point out in our hearing statement, I think it was, the County Council's view is it's not the priority site from the park and ride services perspective. It would run that we're maintaining the existing sites and then re-establishing a site off Berry Road in the northwest of Ipswich. And this site would be looked at in detail later in the plan if considered advantageous.
Thank you. Well, you were coming on to the park and ride element, which was my next question, actually. So perhaps I can come on to that now before I open up this to anybody else. But you say in the council says in the hearing position statement that it is essential that the site is safeguarded for park and ride. But policies SP5 and SP9 do not do this. Should they safeguard it for park and ride? Both Table 3 and SP9 talk about the council exploring the feasibility of park and ride being incorporated on this site, but neither safeguards the site, that part of the site for this use. Mr. Fish, I don't know if you want to say anything about that first, and then I'll ask Mr. Hone in terms of the council's perspective. And then, Mr. Clare, I see you've got your hand up. Did you want to come back on that first?
Yeah, just to to clarify the point that it's simply to look at it as its feasibility, and obviously we set out in our statement what the county council thinks the priorities for park and ride is within Ipswich. We're by no means against looking into a park and ride in this part of Ipswich, but at this point that work hasn't been undertaken yet. So we think that simply stating that looking at its feasibility in the plan is the appropriate thing to do here at this stage.
Thank you. I will come to you, Mr. Eburn, in a moment. I see you've got your hand up, but I just wanted to ask Mr. Hone if he wanted to say anything further on that.
Yeah, I think that commitment to the feasibility of the park and ride at this site is an important part of the overall transport mitigation strategy. You know, these strategies are there to guide the modal shift, and it includes a number of different methods in order to do that. One of them being park and ride and demand responsive transport services. It's only when those sorts of parts of a strategy get implemented do you truly understand the success of them. So having an alternative site that we can feasibly look at for park and ride will create that additional level of confidence in the transport mitigation strategy being able to be implemented. It sits on the side of the town where there is no such facility. It's the closest point really to Felixstowe, where there is a large development proposed as well. So I think that feasibility element in the policy is necessary.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of timescale for the feasibility of this option, what is it, and should it be set out in the plan, Mr. Hone?
I think that will be done in conjunction with the county council as the transport mitigation strategy gets implemented. I'm not sure that an actual date for feasibility of that is necessary for the policy at this stage.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Eburn, I'll come to you now in terms of those points. Did you want to say anything in response?
Yes, it's quite worrying that we just heard for the first time, or I've heard for the first time, that there's going to be no new all movements access to this site. So had the local, maybe I could argue that had the local plan been definitive in that regard, rather than vaguely suggesting that transport can be sorted out later on, had it definitively said that the current Ravenswood access will be the access to a major business and industrial development, then you might have a whole host more people on this call, because when you look at the Appendix 3B and the way these sites are allocated in the local plan, the transport side of things is just vague, and here we have it today. Finally, the reason it's vague is because the councils do not want to propose a new access to a new site. They want to use an existing access which was not designed for that purpose, where there are already significant problems, and all we've heard in terms of modifying that access, there's a study being done, or this or that study being done, and even more worryingly, that study is focusing on modal shift, so we'll probably end up with even less space for vehicles and more space for buses, which on one hand is a good thing, but we know that's pretty obviously not going to assist with the free flow of traffic. So it's, to my mind, it points to the unsoundness of this as an allocation as part of a wider area, that there isn't, you've got a significant development allocation with no access strategy at all in your local plan.
Thank you. Mr. Clow, would you like to come back on that?
Yeah, I was just wondering if it would be helpful. So in our hearing statement, we set out the options sort of in text form. Would it be helpful if we provided more of a plan form to show the options that we're considering for accessing?
That would be very useful if you could do that, Mr. Clow, please. Yeah. Thank you. I have no further questions now in terms of the Ravenswood sites. Now, obviously, I'm very aware that Mr. Eburn, you joined us later on in the session. Are there any other points that you would like to raise before I bring this session to a close?
No, I think I'm fine. I'm fine with that. I'll look forward to seeing the further iterations of modifications and see where we go with that.
Lovely, thank you very much. Does anybody else have any other comments on Ravenswood sites before I adjourn and for our coffee break? No? Okay, well, thank you all very much for your contributions this morning. For those of you who are joining us at 11:30, could you please stay on the call? For those of you who are taking no further part in the proceedings today, if you could leave the call, that would be much appreciated. And I will see those of you who are continuing our discussions at 11:30 at 11:30. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, we're just about to go back live. I'm handing the meeting to the inspectors. Thank you.
Okay, good morning again, everyone. Can I just check everyone can see and hear me? Just nod. Great, thank you. So it's 11:30. Welcome back to this resumed session on matter 6, housing allocations. So just to clarify the order of things, because there's a number of things on the programme, number of matters on the programme. So I'll be leading off this session with some questions on a further 7 of the housing allocations under policy SP2. So they're set out on the programme and the agenda. These are ones we've just pulled together, ones on which the county council has made representations either on education or highways matters. So that's why we group them together in this way. I then have a question on policy SP9, so which is land safeguarding for transport infrastructure. And then Ms Baker will take over again to lead the discussion on the deliverability of site allocations in the 5-year housing land supply. So a number of follow-up questions on those sites. So we're anticipating this will take us the full 2 sessions, the remaining session this morning and this afternoon. We'll take a break for lunch at 1 o'clock and resume again at 2 o'clock. The intention is to finish by 3:30. We'll see how we go in terms of where we take the break. So, but in terms of the matters that we've got to discuss, but we'll break at 1 o'clock and then carry on at 2. So again, just to clarify, same procedures apply as we've outlined in previous sessions. So they apply here. So just again, for participants in the session, if you can just keep your cameras on and your microphones muted, and I'll invite you to speak as we go through. And again, just to remind everyone, the session is being live streamed and recorded. So can I just confirm who's speaking for the Borough Council and from the County Council? Thank you.
From the Borough Council, so it's myself on the first matters that you identified until we get to the 5-year supply sites, and then my colleague Sarah Barker will be joining us.
Okay.
I'm obviously it will be dependent on when we get to that stage.
Okay. And is Miss Barker available to join us this morning if we get to that stage this morning?
She is available. Yes, I've just notified her that might come before lunch.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And Mr. Clove from the County Council.
Yes, I'll be covering the County Council issues with Christopher Fish, helping me out on highways issues. Great,
thank you. Okay, I mean, I have got some questions on education, so I'm hoping that you'll be able to cover those. Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, we will start with site IP 10A. So this is the land at the Co-op Depot off Felixstowe Road. So we've asked a couple of questions really around education and the education allocation. That's really the focus of the further questions. So question 119 was, is sufficient land set aside within the allocation for the provision of an extension to Rosehill Primary School? The site sheet says 0.5 hectare. The County Council says it should be 0.8. And then question 20, 120 is, although the council says the amount of land required for each use will be subject to separate landowner discussions and may be subject to change, as noted in the statement of common ground with the County Council, do policies SP2 and SP7 provide a clear indication of how decision makers should react to a development proposal on this site. So I just wanted to come to the County Council first, really. You're saying, as I understand it, in your hearing position statement, that the policy is unclear on the area of land required to fulfil education requirements. So it talks about 25%, approximately 25% of the site. You say it should be 0.8 of a hectare. Can you just, and you've referred to the design bulletin, building bulletin 103. Could you just explain the basis of your requirement for 0.8 hectares?
Yes, so we derive the land areas from, as you said, building bulletin 103, which sets out guidance for effectively space per pupil for different types of uses within the school. In looking at how much we needed to expand the school, we did undertake a feasibility study, which we shared with the Borough Council. Now, I appreciate that that feasibility study is not publicly available in the evidence base, and the reason for that is that we do have there is concerns around safeguarding issues with the school if sort of that detailed information is released publicly, because obviously we have a safeguarding duty for those pupils. But we have shared that confidentially with the Borough Council, so the evidence is with them. So it's basically our space requirements are based on that feasibility study, which is deriving the requirements from the guidance set out by government.
And that feasibility study identifies a requirement for 0.8 of a hectare.
Yes.
Yeah, which is about 35% of the site, roughly speaking.
I haven't calculated the proportion myself. I was purely just going on the hectareage that we needed.
Okay. Mr. Hone, if I can just come to you on that then. So you've seen a feasibility study. Your estimate is 0.5 of a hectare is required. I note there's some proposed modifications in the statements of common ground, modifications, I think, to the site sheet to offer some flexibility. But what's the basis of your estimate of 0.5 of a hectare?
I would say that's been in discussions with the County Council up until this other evidence was made available to us, which has been quite recent, I would say. Therefore, the plan has been drafted in a way that we felt reflected the evidence that we had available to us at the time. We have, as you said, indicated that we can apply flexibility into the policy, and certainly the site sheet says approximately 25% is the indicative capacity, and that it is clear that primary school extension is required as well in policy SP7.
Yeah, so 0.5 of a hectare would be so yeah, that's as I understand it, is less than 25% of the site. So yeah, but I mean now you've seen the updated evidence, so it sounds like you're saying the policy has been prepared on the basis of evidence that was available to you prior to the feasibility study. Now you've seen the feasibility study. Are you in a position to say, well, it's clear that 0.8 of a hectare is required?
I would say from the county's position, they've made that clear that they want 0.8 of a hectare for the school extension. Having looked at the site itself, it could accommodate the additional land for the school and still meet the capacity, although the density would need to go up in order to do that.
Yeah. How does the density, how would that density compare to, because there's a couple of developments just across the other side of Felixstowe Way, isn't there? One that's certainly on Google aerial view has been built and one's under construction, I think. So how would that increased density compare? So my sort of calculations suggest if you had to adjust the density based on reserving 0.8 of a hectare of the site for a school, and you had to adjust the density to still achieve 75 dwellings, it would be about 53 dwellings per hectare. So I'm just interested in how that compares. Is that realistic in this area? How that compares with surrounding densities, and particularly the sites that have been recently granted consent?
I would say that it is realistic given the site constraints and its sort of positive sustainable location. It's directly adjacent to a railway station. It's close to a school, obviously, and it's very close to a district centre. So it's within easy walking distance of a number of facilities in this location. Also, it might be that that parking standards aren't as high as would be expected in a more suburban location. So I think that the site could accommodate the additional density. Obviously, when you look at the allocation site, we're going to go back to this average density discussion, but when you average it out over the entire allocation, it would still be the same density. But when you look at the precise element of the housing, it would go up.
Okay. That's fine. So it sounds like you're saying you recognise there's a need to reserve 0.8 of a hectare. I mean, it does seem to me that if that's the school requirement, it's been based on evidence, better to reserve that, and if it's not required, then release land for housing at a later stage. Is that your sort of amended position?
I would say it is. Yeah, that reflects our position. Obviously, we're supportive of extending the school and the county's position on that, and we'll continue to have discussions with regards to the exact requirement as the site comes forward.
Okay. So, in terms of what the policy says or the site sheet says, are you going to take that away and come back with a modification to reflect the increased site requirement for a school?
Yes, we can do that.
Yeah, thank you. That's fine. The other question is just about deliverability or developability, I should say, on this one. So I think the site is due to come forward let me just find the reference. Yeah, so it's due to come forward in years 8 to 10. I haven't got the benefit of a site visit as yet, but just looking at the aerial views and the Google Street views of the site, there does appear to be some relatively recent business premises on the southeastern arm of the site off of Hines Road. And the question in my mind was just whether, looking at those, is it likely that by years 8 to 10, those businesses would have been relocated, those premises would be available for redevelopment by that stage? Just trying to understand really the likelihood of that part of the site coming forward in that sort of timescale. Do you see what I mean? That the premises at appreciate. I'm just looking at Google aerial view at the moment. Thanks.
So yeah, I do see. I was just reminding myself of the site sheet to show me where it is. Yeah. Certainly, I think one of the main focuses of delivery is going to be the need from the school to see when that comes forward. There's been a lot of investment in the district centre just to the side of the site to make it more of a much larger district centre. So, and it has good connection to the local road network. So there's no real constraint that would prevent that from coming forward in a comprehensive manner, but certainly the sites do need to be relocated. However, they're not necessarily in the centre of the site, so certainly it can be phased to accommodate that relocation.
Okay. Does the county council have any clarity on when the school extension is required?
I mean, the school extension will be required when there's that critical mass of pupils, so it is kind of reliant on the delivery of the housing. So I can't say precisely when the school will be needed, but it'll be tied to the housing delivery.
Is that not set out in your school kind of development program, your kind of education forecasting?
We do have an education and learning infrastructure plan, which is currently being reviewed. review of that has been a bit delayed because of COVID and staff resources having to be directed to dealing with that issue in terms of schools. But we are reviewing the education and learning infrastructure plan, which would take into account expansions or new schools required due to development.
Yeah, but is there, yeah, let me ask the question another way. Is there any reason why phasing the residential development to come forward in years 8 to 10, so from 28, 29 to 20, 30, 31 would give problems in terms of the need for the school extension?
I think I would need to look at the detail of that before I can answer that, I'm afraid.
Right. But is it be helpful just to have some clarity on
okay.
that timing of the requirements of the school expansion? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I think we'll move on to the next site, which is IP061. That is the former school site on Lavenham Road. So I can just get that site up. Okay. Yeah, so I think I'm satisfied that the answers we've had on the impact of the proposal provide sufficient evidence that the site would be developable within the plan period. I think really the supplementary questions are on deliverability, because the site is included in the first 5 year period of the plan. So I think really just wanted to get an understanding of the evidence to support that. So it's allocated for 23 units. It's due to come forward in years 4 and 5, phased over the 2 years, 12 and 11 dwellings, according to the latest evidence. So just coming to the council first, really, in main modification 3.5 to your hearing position statement on matter 3, if we can just turn to that. My apologies, I'll just find it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so in your matter 3 statement, you say, I think you're proposing to amend the timescale for the delivery of this site from medium term, which would be the middle period, years 6 to 10 of the plan period, to short to medium term, so bring it within the 5 year supply. So that, as I've said, the dwellings are now shown to come forward in years 4 to 5. But the appendix to your hearing position statement on matter 6 says that delivery is anticipated from year 5 onwards. And also it states that it's deliverable in the medium to long term. So there's just some inconsistency between what the council appears to be saying in terms of when this site would come forward, which clearly would make a difference to 5-year land supply. So can I just ask the council to clarify what evidence you have to support the delivery of the dwellings as set out in probably the most recent housing trajectory, which is years 4 to 5?
Thank you. I apologise for that inconsistency. It should be years 4 to 5. The site is in the county council's ownership, and I understand they'll be marketing the site soon. And there's clear indication that the site will be marketed and brought forward within that time frame, rather than it being more medium term. It's a relatively small site to deliver and would be attractive to a number of small and medium-sized house builders.
Okay. Can I ask the county on that, Mr. Clough? I don't know whether you can help on this. What is the timescale? So it's in the county council's ownership. What is the timescale for the sale of that site to a developer? What is the timescale for a submission of a planning application on that site? I'm
afraid I don't have that information to hand, but I'll endeavour to get that to you. I
think that would be helpful. Just a time frame for that particular site, and I think this will probably be a recurring question when we come to the land supply sites as well. So yeah, obviously there's the first 3 years of the plan period following adoption to get to a point of housing completions, but there's a fair amount to cover in that period. So just get some understanding of what the lead-in stages are and the timescales for those. Okay, thank you. I think that's all on the Lavenham Road site. So if we can turn to site IP 089, which is Waterworks Street. So again, I think I'm satisfied that we've got sufficient information in relation to archaeological significance, and I note the minor wording change to the site sheet, which is, as I understand it, has been agreed between the borough and the county council. Yep. So the supplementary question really is just about whether the site is developable in the time frame indicated. So it is indicators coming forward in year 12. So from my again Google aerial understanding of the site, it's in use for private car parking associated with a number of adjacent businesses, as I understand it. I mean, the site sheet says car park, but it looks like they're both privately owned car parks. It's also within a low value area of the borough, again, where the whole plan viability assessment indicates flats-led residential development on brownfield wouldn't be viable. And I think this is a site at 90 dwellings per hectare, which would more than likely have a greater proportion of flats, is my understanding. So I think the question is really what evidence, and it's a question to the council, the borough council, what evidence is available to show that there is a reasonable prospect that the site will be available and could be viably developed by 2032-33.
This is obviously much further in the plan period in terms of delivery, so the level of evidence that we would have to indicate that would be not as clear and precise as if it were in the first 5 years. However, we do have indications from the landowner that they are supportive of the allocation. The site is fairly unencumbered by development. There is one small building on site that would need to be removed. The site is in a location within the town centre that is effectively transition from sort of commercial towards residential to the north. Eagle Street has some shops and office accommodation within it, but to the east of the site, moving more towards Grimwade Street, it is very much focused on housing. in Grimwade Street, which is effectively the next parallel street. It's the site where we have the Peter's Ice Cream site, which we've discussed previously, and the council's own Grimwade Street development on the former local centre site for 16 dwellings. So it is one of those town centre sites where we can see progress and momentum in and around that area. So there is confidence that it can come forward at the later part of the stage of the plan.
Okay, and so you're saying there's some evidence on the ground of recent residential development in this area?
Yeah, to the east, the council has planning permission for 16 flats within Grimwade Street. I think it's numbers 28 to 50. But I can provide you the planning reference, but it has an allocation reference number in the plan, and there is commitment to build that, and I think works have started certainly to discharge the condition. So we discussed it yesterday, I think, about that momentum in and around the town centre and these sort of leftover sites and sites in use for car parking, etc., and how they will come forward at the later stage of the plan, all tied in with land values, etc.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether you gave us the reference for that yesterday, but it'd be helpful just to have the planning reference for that particular site in Grimwade Street.
I think it's IP 386. I'll just look it up myself. Somebody's fed me the number. Bear with me.
Is that an SP3 site? Yeah, it's not in. So it must be. It's not identified.
I will come back and confirm it to you. It's the council's Grimwade Street site for 16 dwellings. So okay, we will get that clarification for you.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay. I think that's all on the Waterworks Street site. So if we can go to IP 098. That's the Transco site south of Patterson Road, which I think is just to the east of Wet Dock, as I understand it. Yeah. So we'd ask a question about impact on neighbouring, the amenities of neighbouring residents, and there've been a number of representations on that, and the council's responded on that. I really wanted to focus on, I think, deliverability again of this site. Okay. Again, it's a developability question really. So it's scheduled to come forward in years 10 and 11. So in the sort of medium to long term, I guess. Part of the site, as I understand it, is in use as a gas governor. Not quite sure what that is, but I can see that there's some gas infrastructure on the site, which would need to be relocated. I think the site sheet refers to that. Again, the schedule to your Matter 6 housing hearing position statement states that the council has had informal discussions with the owners, but in 2010, so it was 10 years ago. So the site's also been allocated for some time. Again, it's also in a low value area, accepted it's adjacent to Wet Dock, where there are other flatted schemes that clearly come forward. But again, the whole plan viability assessment isn't particularly positive about flats-led residential development in this particular part of the borough. So I think the question is, given that discussions with landowners have been some time ago, it's been allocated for a length of time, there is gas infrastructure on the site which would need to be relocated. Really, what evidence is there to show that there's again, words from the NPPF, but there's a reasonable prospect that the site will be available and could viably be developed within the next 10 years.
I would say that the site, whilst the conversations with the landowner themselves were a while ago, it is an important part of the regeneration strategy for the council for the waterfront, which effectively extends from the gateway sites that the council owns, the westernmost part of the waterfront, down beyond this particular site. And as I described yesterday, that there was significant improvements and regeneration aims were achieved as part of that general position up until the economic crash, and things have slowed. But what is clear from this site, that directly opposite the site are the old gasworks, and that has been fully developed out, and it shows a decent scale. So the scale of development on those for the houses opposite on the waterfront go up to 7-storey, and directly opposite are more
directly to the north.
Yeah, more family housing of 3 stories, so townhouses with off-street parking. So it is an attractive
site.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So it is an attractive site. It's close to the waterfront, well connected to road infrastructure, easy walking distance to a number of local facilities. So whilst we don't have the specific evidence there to say it's going to come forward in the first 5 years, certainly later on in the plan, you would expect, as the waterfront continues to be regenerated, that it would benefit from that and come forward. With this site, again, it's one of those ones that we will discuss generally with Homes England about a principle about decontamination and archaeology across the wider waterfront area. And whilst those conversations aren't a position where we could say, yes, there's this funding for this site, there is general acceptance from Homes England that there is a need to sort of fill the gap on those sites, particularly with the viability as it is, as you described.
Okay. Is there any reason why the discussions haven't been ongoing with the landowner, given that the site to the north, which presumably was in the same ownership, has been taken forward?
I will have to come back to you on that, I think, and delve a bit deeper into the ownership. I think that it may well be that the main landowner sold the site for development separately. So I'm not sure whether or not the development that's come forward is still in the same ownership as this site, or it's moved on independently from their ownership. But I can try and provide you some clarity about those conversations that we've had and where they've gone.
I think that would be helpful. Thank you. Okay. Okay, that's all on that one. I think we move on to site IP307, which is Prince of Wales Drive. I'll just find the site sheet for that. Yeah. So this is currently designated as a local centre, or in the adopted plan, as I understand it. It's proposed for 12 dwellings to be delivered in 2022-23. And as I understand it, there's an application for residential development pending. So I think, satisfied there's enough evidence in terms of impact. The question really is about deliverability, given that it's scheduled to come forward within the first 5 years. Again, I'm just turning to the trajectory.
So could I just make the point that this, I'm sure, is our fault, but we miss Miss Barker, her role has been focused on the sites which are in the 5-year trajectory and their deliverability. And when we looked through the questions that were referred to by some of these site allocations, we hadn't fully appreciated that it was their deliverability that was going to be an issue. So I'm sure Mr. Hone can absolutely help, but just to put up a marker if there's anything that Miss Barker might add when she joins us later.
That's fine. Well, we'll make a note of that and just come back to Miss Barker if need be.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Sorry, Mr. Hayden, so I don't mean to interrupt, but perhaps if would it be useful if Mrs. Barker's available for her to join now, so that she can pick up any points that she may need to in terms of the 5-year supply?
Thank you, because yes, I think it's sites 061, which we've already touched on, 307, 354 and 355 that are in the 5-year supply.
Yeah.
I mean, would it help if we had a short adjournment of 5 minutes or something to ensure that Mrs. Barker can get online? Would that help? Sorry, Mr. Hayden, I'm interrupting.
No, thank you.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Well, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. I make it 12:04, so we'll come back online at 12:10. Okay. Thank you. Just stay in the session.
Sarah, do you just want to test your microphone? Sarah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay, no, lovely. Got you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Are you comfortable? All okay?
I can't. Okay, I think so.
Everyone's got their cameras off because we're on break, but
Okay. Sorry, obviously I wasn't expecting this
no.
quite yet. But there you go. Okay.
We'll start back at 10 past, Sarah.
Right, okay. Yeah, I'm ready, thanks, yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's 12:09. I'm going to hand the meeting back to the inspectors and we'll come off break on YouTube at 12:10. Thank you.
Great. 12:09. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Parker. Sorry.
Thank you very much. So thank you for the indulgence. And just I'd like to introduce Sarah Barker. I think you heard from her in the first week. If I may, sir, I try not to interrupt proceedings too often, but if I may, just a very brief observation on the 5-year housing land supply and the deliverability test at the outset. So obviously we're considering whether sites are deliverable within the meaning of the MPPF glossary. And what the courts have established, as I'm sure you'll know, is that for a site to be considered deliverable, it doesn't have to be certain or even probable that housing will be delivered within 5 years. The question is whether there's a realistic prospect of housing being delivered. And that phrase realistic prospect isn't a legal concept. It's a common sense phrase. And you, sir, madam, you have a broad discretion to form your own evaluative judgment. And it's a judgment that's predicting future events. And as with all attempts to predict the future, there can't be any certainty. And so it's in that context that these sites should be considered. And obviously you'll be aware that where sites don't involve major development and they have any type of planning permission, they should be considered deliverable unless there's clear evidence they won't be. And all sites with detailed planning permission should also be considered in that way. Whereas sites with outline planning permission or allocations, there should be some clear evidence that housing will be delivered, but all of that is in the context of the realistic prospect test. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's very helpful clarification and useful reminder. So yeah, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Barker, for joining us. And from my side, apologies that we haven't accurately communicated on our programme and agenda that there may be questions on deliverability coming up in this part of this session. So my apologies for that. And yes, I probably will have questions on IP 354, 355 on this as well. So can I just go back to the Lavenham Road site then, where I was asking the County Council as landowner whether there was any clarity on the lead-in times. So this is IP 061. And Ms. Barker, I don't know whether you were observing the proceedings at that stage, but my question was really just to try and get an understanding of the timescale for the sale of this site and the submission of a planning application for approval, given that it's in the trajectory for houses to be completed in year 4 of the plan period. So I don't know if there's any more light you can throw on that at all.
It's only to reiterate what's been said, really, which is that we've been guided by the County Council as the landowner and their intentions on this.
Okay, that's fine. So I think the County Council were going to provide us with a bit more detail on that. So that still stands. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I think we'd come on to, we'd finished the Transco site and we'd come on to Prince of Wales Drive site, so IP 307. That's fine. So yeah, as I was saying, this is a site that's scheduled to come forward in 2022-23, proposed for 5 dwellings. I think there's an application pending on this. So I just, first of all, just wanted to get some clarity on the number of units, because there is different evidence in different hearing position statements. So I think the expected delivery of this site is anywhere between 12 and 18 units. I think it's 12 in the matter 3 and 6 hearing position statements, 15 in the latest delivery update, but 18 in the previous housing delivery note, all anticipated for delivery from year 2 onwards. So the matter 6 statement then says the site's delivered in the short to medium term. So again, that kind of falls partly between the first 2 5-year periods of the plan. So just want some clarity on timing and the capacity of the site. Thank you. Is that
Thank you, sir. I'll try and answer it, and if Mrs. Barker wants to come in. There is a planning application that's in and being considered currently for 15 dwellings on the site. And there has been pre-app discussions in advance of that, which I think it's safe to say had a large amount of dwellings on it, and that may have dictated to a degree how the site has been looked at by the council in terms of its capacity. But in terms of the time frame, we're confident that could come forward in the first 5 years, given the interest in the site from the proposed developer, who is a house builder, the very good location in terms of its access to facilities and on the local road network.
Yeah. And what stage is the application at?
It's being considered by the planning authority, so we're still in the consideration phase of the application. Yeah.
So is there a timescale for determination? Other than the standard 8-week time?
I think it's tricky to go into a huge amount of detail about how the applications are being considered, but it's certainly under consideration, and we'll be looking to take it to a planning committee within the first quarter of next year. That's our aim, but obviously planning applications will be considered on the merits of the case, and we will take it when it's right to do so.
Okay, and then just in terms of period of time for discharge of conditions, for clearance of the site to enable start on site in 2022-23, so 18 months time from now. So if there's a grant in the early part of next year, potentially that could be only 12 months. So just trying to get some understanding of timescale for those subsequent phases.
This is a full planning application, so that it's not reliant on reserve matters, and under normal circumstances the planning department tries to work proactively with developers so that there's no pre-commencement conditions, and as you will know, pre-commencement conditions need agreeing with the developer anyway. So the aim is to make sure that site at the start can start on the site without it being encumbered unnecessarily with pre-commencement planning conditions.
Okay.
So could I just say as a general point, apologies for the confusion about the different numbers in some of the documents, that the council's position is set out, the most up-to-date position is in that document that we submitted on Friday, which I think you received on Monday.
Yeah, so I think that is yeah, that's K6. Yeah. Okay. Let me just scroll to that site. Just make sure I haven't got any supplementaries to ask on that. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And that provides more detail on where the application is up to. Okay. Thank you. Just bear with me a moment. Yeah. That's fine. Okay. we'll move on, I think, to site IP354, which is the old boatyard in Cullingham Road. So my understanding of this is, so it's 0.34 of a hectare. It's currently a boatyard. I think it's up for sale, or I'm not sure whether it's currently operating or vacant, but it's next to the River Gipping. The strategic flood risk assessment, the up-to-date assessment, shows the site's at significant risk of fluvial flooding from the Gipping, but it's in flood zone 2, where residential development is considered to be acceptable, subject to an FRA showing it would be safe for the lifetime. So that's my understanding of what I've gleaned from the evidence so far. Again, this is a site which is in the 5-year supply, so it's in the supply for 24 units to come forward in year 3, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, and again, I think you've clarified that the latest statement is the latest housing delivery statement is the correct position. So although previous statements have indicated it would come forward in the long term, I think the latest statement indicates it would be year 3. So I think the question is clear. There's been a change in the expected delivery date of this site in the evidence that's come forward from the council. Can I just clarify what is the evidence to support the delivery time frame that you set out in the housing trajectory and in the latest housing delivery statement? What is the evidence to suggest that it's going to be possible for this site to start delivering houses in 24 months' time?
So as to the discrepancy, could I just clarify one further point? Sorry. The table that was appended to the Matter 6 statement largely drew on the timescales that were set out in the table in SP2. So where those indicated short, medium, or long term, they were largely drawn upon without further particular analysis, and that information, is obviously of a certain date. So I'll ask Ms. Barker or Mr. Hone to address you on the specific evidence, but that really is the reason that there have been some changes.
Yeah, I understand that, but obviously the Matter 6 statement was only delivered to us.
I know. I appreciate that, sir, and it probably
started. So
yes,
that's our concern, that all of a sudden the evidence has changed, and what is the basis for that?
I see that. I see that, sir, and I understand your concern. And I'm afraid that table did really rather just draw on the SP2 table rather than refreshing and renewing that, which it shouldn't have done. So apologies for that.
So the latest Matter 3 housing delivery supplement is the one that you're saying we should rely on. Okay. Yes,
and it's not really that things have just changed dramatically in a matter of weeks. It's just that the previous Matter statement drew largely on the SP2 table.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, just going back to my question then, what is the evidence that this site can can deliver 24 dwellings in 30 months' time?
The site has been subject to pre-app discussions with a couple of different people, and we're waiting on a planning application being submitted. I understand that's due imminently.
Okay. Imminently? Can you be more specific?
I can. It's waiting validation.
Okay. And from there, yeah, just track me through the timescale that leads you to assuming that houses can be completed in year 3?
It's a major site in that it's over 10 dwellings, so it'd be 13-week time frame for determination of the application. Given that there has been some pre-app discussions in the past, we would anticipate a positive response to the application, but obviously I won't discuss how we will determine that application should it be validated and put in for consideration. But nevertheless, very much like the previous site we discussed, the council as local planning authority tries to have a positive approach to decision notices and pre-commencement conditions to ensure that if there are any, they are agreed with the developer in advance, and where possible they aren't stifling development coming forward, so they're not essentially pre-commencement.
Okay, so this is a full application, I take it, that you're...
I understand that it is, yeah.
Okay. So essentially, you expect a decision without prejudice, a positive decision, let's say at the end of the first quarter of next year, roughly speaking, by the time it's been validated, and the 13-week period allowed. So from there, I mean, is the site in the hands of a house builder? Is it being promoted by the current landowner? What is the situation on that? Does there need to be a contract drawn up with a house builder, site clearance, etc., etc.? Just trying to get an understanding of the timescale for that and what's led you to the figure in year 3 of the plan. How do you arrive at that?
Obviously, the application is submitted on behalf of the developer. However, the details to what their relationship is to the landowner, or if they're the landowner, is something I would need to come back to you on. So I reserve the right to come back on that and give you the detail. Obviously, with regards to the council's approach to these sorts of smaller sites, we do try and take as proactive an approach as we can in our pre-app responses, and our housing delivery action plan does identify that those are the things that we try to do to ensure that delivery can happen promptly following a decision.
Yeah. I think what I'm trying to get at, and it does kind of go back to some of the questions that we asked under matter 2 about the overall assumptions that the council has made. Sorry, it would have been under matter 3, the overall assumptions the council has made about how long it will take sites to deliver, and you've put the housing numbers in year 3. On what basis do you say it's year 3 rather than longer?
Could I maybe step in there, sir, please? Thank you. In the note that we sent you at the end of last week, reference K6, I think, we have set out some general information about timescales that provide you with a range of illustrations of the sort of timescales we've experienced on sites. And this has helped to guide our assumptions.
Okay, so just talk me through that, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, this is specifically table 7 and the graph with it, and it shows.
Can you get to table 7?
Sorry, it shows a range of different types and sizes of site and the various timescales for their delivery from application to approval and then approval to first completions. And I mean, there is wide variability, but it does certainly show that sort of 36 months is achievable and has been achieved in Ipswich.
Yeah. So just looking at that evidence, I don't know, let's say a comparable site might be the former Gospel Hall, Caldwell Hall Road, 17 dwellings. It's an existing brownfield site, requires clearance for development. So 25 months from application to first completion. So is that from the first submission of the application? Is that correct? Is that my understanding of what that means?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So hence that ties in with your kind of 2-year trajectory for sorting out planning issues and getting to a position of starting on site. Yeah, fine. Okay, thank you. Can I just ask about the flood risk issues for clarity on this, please? So it is obviously, I've read the SFRA and the comments in there. It is in flood zones 2 and 3. It is at significant risk, according to the SFRA, of fluvial flooding. So my question really is, does the allocation satisfy the sequential test in that regard? And how would it be able to satisfy the exception test, given its position on the banks of the river? So I think that's what I concluded, well, both from the site sheet, but also a quick search of Google Aerial View. It is right on the banks of the Gipping, and would seem to be in a prime location for flooding from the river. And how is that dealt with through in terms of both the sequential test and the exception test?
Yes, the site has been considered through the sequential test as part of the report submitted as sort of attached to the SFRA. In terms of the specific design requirements for the site, those are set out in the SFRA site sheet in Appendix F to that document, and it would involve things like floor levels and from memory, the safe escape route would be north up Cullingham Road. The land rises as you head north. So we are satisfied that it complies with flood risk issues.
Okay. Thank you. And lastly, in terms of this group of site allocations, grateful for the county council being patient. I don't think I had any more questions for the county council on these, but you have raised comments on them. Primarily, I think in relation to flood risk on these last two, but we can just turn to site 355, IP 355. So 77 to 79 Culling Road. So again, this appears to be on the banks of a tributary to the Gipping, as far as I could see, and it's within IP1, so it's allocated for 6 dwellings. Again, year 3. And my first question was going to be just clarity on the difference between the different matter 3 and matter 6 hearing position statements on this. So I think that's fine. I guess again on this one, so you've got ongoing discussions with the owner. The owner is supportive, as I understand. This is reading from your latest housing delivery evidence paper, supplementary evidence paper. Pre-application discussions took place in May 2020. What is the current status in terms of a planning application coming forward on this site?
I think that the evidence is that we have had that pre-app engagement Furthermore, the site directly adjacent to this is within the council's ownership, and there is quite a significant pre-app in on that site for the development as a whole, the Bibway sites those are, and we anticipate that when the work on that does start, this site will become more attractive. But there has been that engagement already at pre-app stage. I think there's, given the last site that we described as well, there is momentum in this part of the town for development. It is only a very small site.
Yeah. Okay. I have a similar question on flood risk, but I think you've already given me the references in the SFRA to look at for those. And again, the viability issues around this particular location. If you could just give me some clarity on that. So again, it's within a low value area, likely to be, well, I'm not sure what form of development, but probably for 6 units, likely to be a flats-led development on the site. Again, questionable viability. What evidence is there to show that this could be developed viably, even if it's as an extension to the Bibway site?
I would say that it can be developed in isolation of Bibway. It does have access to the main highway network and to services, as it's part of a former repair site and in sort of commercial sites. Given the amount of dwellings, it wouldn't attract Section 106 contributions or the need for affordable housing. The only requirement would be for there to be a contribution to our RAMS mitigation strategy, which is £121 per dwelling, but obviously that would be subject to an appropriate assessment at the time of the application to decide whether or not it is necessary.
Yeah. Okay. And the last remaining question was really about the existing use. So it is in existing use, as I understand it. What plans are in place for the relocation of the existing use?
My understanding is it's part of the existing use site. I would need to come back to you with a bit of clarity about the existing use, but it is, I would say, a non-conforming use in terms of its location. So with these sites, I think it's quite an old repair store. I think it may well be that it's just got to the end of its reasonable lifespan in terms of an employment generating land use. It's at the end of a residential street, and it would be the appropriate land use for that site.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Ms. Baker, I don't know whether there's any further questions you had on those sites.
I do actually. Well, they're not on the site specifically, but I just wanted to make the point that the supplementary evidence we only received at 1:05 on Monday afternoon. Obviously, we produced many of our questions before that time, so there will be some elements in my questions coming up which will probably need to be amended to take account of that. But obviously we've read the evidence, but in terms of the table 7 that Mrs. Barker referred to in the supplementary evidence that's been put forward by the council, I just wondered on what basis the council included the sites in that table, because clearly doesn't include every single site that has come forward for development in terms of the timescales, and I wondered how selective that was and on what basis those sites had been chosen to go into that table.
Okay. Thank you, Inspector. It is a range. We just tried to make it a representative range of sizes, types and densities. There aren't a great number of additional sites that we could have drawn on, but no, you're right, it's not every single site, but it's quite a large number of them.
Okay, because that's not clear, and I wasn't sure on what basis those particular sites have been chosen. Clearly, we have to ask the question, because it could be that some of the sites that have been excluded could show a very different picture. So in terms of the proportion of sites that is, could you give us an idea of what that is, please?
May I come back to you on that, please?
If you don't mind, that would be really helpful. Thank you. And as I say, apologies if in my session a little bit later, there are some things that I need to sort of double check on, but because there are a number of discrepancies, as Mr. Hayden has said, between the evidence that the council's put forward in its hearing position statements for matters 3 and 6. We've obviously gone through that in considerable detail, and then the supplementary evidence has come forward. So we've now, there may be some questions that I asked this afternoon that probably aren't particularly relevant. Sorry, Mr. Ford, did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to apologise for that and say, obviously, we understand. We did submit the documents on Friday as requested. So I'm sorry you've only had the short amount of time, and we'll be happy to, walk you through any elements where there's any residual uncertainty. So apologies for that.
That would be really helpful. It was just a flag, really, that I may well say something later on that you can clarify for me quite easily. Sorry, Mr. Hayden. Thank you. That was all I wanted to say.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Hone. Did you have your hand up to speak?
Yes, thank you. Just to clarify, in that paper at paragraph 3.4, it does try to set out how we've chosen those sites, and tries to pick out effectively a range of different types of sites. We do acknowledge that it's not exhaustive, but trying to pick a range of sizes of sites ranging from sort of 13 up to nearly 400 types of units, and the different types of delivery as well, so new build and conversion, and different types of density, so low, medium and high density. So trying to give an overall broad picture, but yeah, we appreciate that you haven't had a chance to look at that, but just to sort of set out that we try to be as fair and sort of broad in that table and evidence as possible.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we did mention yesterday that we may well invite other parties to comment on that document. So in all likelihood, given the type of evidence that's in there and the type of questions that we have on it, I think it would be only reasonable to allow other interested parties that are questioning the 5-year land supply just to be able to respond to the evidence that's in there. So I suspect we'll wait until we've had the discussion tomorrow on 5-year land supply, and if there are any remaining matters that participants weren't able to pick up from the evidence, we may well extend the opportunity for a written response. So, okay, thank you. I think that's all on those 7 sites that I mentioned. I have a question on policy SP9 just to come on to, which is land safeguarded for transport infrastructure. So I can just turn to that policy, if you bear with me. Okay. Yeah, so we'd asked a couple of questions in the MIQs on this. Is it clear from policy SP9 and table 6 how much land is reserved for specific transport infrastructure? Does policy SP9 provide a clear indication of how a decision maker should react to a development proposal for transport infrastructure on the allocated site? So it was really just a supplementary on in that area, really. So again, if you can just bear with me, a little preamble from me. So we've noted that the policy safeguards the Anglia Parkway for park and ride facility. Yep. And it also identifies the airport farm kennels site. I think I'm right in saying that's the case. Bear with me. Yeah. Yeah, so in the obviously in the policy box, it safeguards Anglia Parkway for future park and ride, And then, as we were discussing earlier, it talks about investigating the feasibility of park and ride on the Airport Farm Kennels site. And those policy requirements are shown on the policies map. So that's clear. I think I wanted to focus on the others in table 6 though. So this is the allocations for sites IP10 on Felixstowe Road, IP59A at Elton Park, IP037 the Island site, and IP029 land opposite 674 to 734 Bramford Road. So I think the question really is just whether for those sites the safeguarded routes that are referred to should also be annotated on the policies map. So and on the site sheets, I think that was my initial question on providing some clarity. So the policies map makes very clear where the park and ride sites are either safeguarded or identified for feasibility study. But in respect of the other transport infrastructure requirements, there's nothing on the policies map as such to indicate clearly where these routes are, or indeed for a potential decision maker whether anything that might come forward would satisfy that policy requirement. So first question is, should those 4 be identified on the policies map? And then again, it relates back to questions I was asking in the morning yesterday. Overall, does the site allocations plan, is it effective in including transport proposals for those sites in separate policies, or would it actually be clear enough to a decision maker or a landowner that these are transport infrastructure requirements applied to site allocations in SP2 and SP5? So it's a similar point to a point we were making yesterday about different allocations being in different policies but for the same site. So a couple of questions in there. Should these be shown on the policies map? And secondly, is this an effective way to show those, to identify and require those transport infrastructure requirements?
If I can come in first on the policy map question, please, sir. I do have to apologise because I think that perhaps looking back at our response in our hearing statement, it was perhaps a bit incomplete to this question. We did indicate that it would be helpful to show those on the map, but I think it's also necessary to point out that there is some detailed design work that needs to be done for some of these pieces of infrastructure. So anything that is on the policy map would need to be indicative, subject to further evidence showing that that is in fact the best placement for them.
Is that in respect to all 4? So obviously the island site is shown within the IP1 area.
Yeah, the island site is shown, so that would be in respect to the others.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the council just to respond on that question and the subsequent question?
Thank you. I think that there is indications in the policies map for those sites. I would need to have it in front of me. Unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me directly to show you, but there's certainly work with regards to some of the sites, as Mr. Clow has said, that design work is necessary as part of IP059A. That was indicated in a planning application that has resolution to grant permission, and I think that the locations are indicatively shown. In terms of the policy itself, I think we are proposing a modification to the wording of that policy to enhance how it is read in terms of the decision-making process, and to give clarity to landowners as to how they might bring those sites forward.
Okay. So just remind me which So it's a main modification 6.4, but which hearing position statement did you set that out in?
I think it's position for matter 6.
We did combine all of the main modifications into a single table for you, and it is in that. It's main modification number 94. Sorry, 95, relating to policy SP9.
Is that I31, or is that an updated?
It came through with the other documents at the end of last week. You asked for a combined list of main modifications. That's the one I'm referring to. I'm sure it is in one of the other ones, but that's the one I've got up.
Yeah, I don't think either of us have seen that yet. So I think it was provided as a shared document, and we've not been able to access that as yet. So
I apologise.
So sir, it's at matter statement 6 if you wanted to see, and it is 6.4. But I'm sure it's the same in both.
Just bear with me. Let me just get there. I'm on matter 6. Yeah. So I think with respect to the consolidated set of main modifications, it would be helpful to have that as a PDF document in some shape or form, but it's not. I don't think it's currently up on the website either. So it'd be helpful to have that in a different format, please. I'm sure that can be arranged. So 6.4. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so I can see that modification. I think, Mr. Hone, you were saying that there are some indicative lines shown in the policies map. So I could see what's shown on the policies map for the island site, but I couldn't see any of the others.
Okay, I will clarify that and come back to you and show you precisely where they are. I've been, in terms of updates, that's what we're confident on, that they are shown indicatively. So we will come back with that.
Okay. Okay. Fine. And just in relation to the second question, I'll just cover it again. So overall, is the site allocations plan effective in including the transport proposals for these sites in separate policies? And would it be clear enough to a decision maker or landowner that these transport infrastructure requirements apply to site allocations in SP2 and SP5?
We do feel that it's clear, subject to the modifications that are proposed to the policy SP9, safeguarding land and transport infrastructure. It's clear that that policy relates, and on each of the sites, as proposed in the Table 2 and Table 3 amendments, we're looking to include additional information in those so that that is cross-related. The site sheets also make reference to each of the policies that relate to that site.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I had up to policy SP9. So we're in a position to move on to discussion of the other sites, deliverability of other sites in the 5-year land supply. Being told it's just 7 minutes to 1, so I'll perhaps liaise with Ms. Baker as to whether we adjourn now and come back at 2, or whether you want to proceed with the first site or not.
I think it might be sensible to adjourn now and have an early lunch and come back at 2 and start afresh at 2 o'clock, if that's all right. I think as well, in terms, I just wanted to add something in terms of proposed changes and main modifications. I know myself and Mr. Hayden have found it quite difficult to keep track of all of the proposed changes that the council's putting forward, because they appear in several places, both in hearing position statements, in a document that we haven't seen yet, and also in I-31. And it would be really helpful if we had all of those in one place, so that we just had one document, which was a live document, which we could refer to and be referred to as we're going through, so that it's easier for us basically to follow the changes that the council is putting forward. So I don't know if some thought could be given to doing that. I'm not suggesting you can do it over the lunch break, but if you could sort of start thinking about putting them all together in one live document, that would be really helpful to us both.
Is that the document you were referring to, Mr. Hone?
I think, yeah, I think we have tried to do that already. Because of the size of the document, it was difficult to share as a PDF, which is why I think it was sent as a WeTransfer document. But we'll see if that issue can be overcome, so you can be provided with it as a document.
That would be really helpful. Thank you.
I think we've just on the WeTransfer, we haven't been able to access WeTransfer documents sent by the council from our system, so there's a firewall that prevents us doing that, I'm afraid. So yeah, documents should be sent via the programme officer, then to be forwarded on to us. So
understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll adjourn now and resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Again, please stay in the session, just turn off cameras and mute microphones. Thank you.
Annette, are you there?
Hi, Cameron.
Hi there. I was just wanting to ask of the programme for this afternoon, are the county council actually required this afternoon?
From the way that we've done the programme, you're not required. I don't think there's any points that will come up for you. So I'm happy for you to leave, Cameron, along with Chris Fish.
Okay, that's great. If anything does pop up, I will be available if you need someone from the counties to jump in.
Thank you. I'll drop you an email if that's needed. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Bye.
Thank you, Annette.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, good afternoon. It's 13:59. I'll now hand the meeting to the inspectors and we'll start the live stream at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Can you all hear and see me? Lovely, that's a good start. There seems to be fewer of us this afternoon, so it's very intimate affair, but thank you for joining us from the council side. As we've said at the start of the sessions today, we will be looking at the deliverability of site allocations within the 5-year housing land supply. And as you'll see on the agenda, there are a number of sites that I want to go through this afternoon, and we'll try and go through those in turn. And I've got a number of questions that I want to ask of you. So I understand, Mrs. Barker, you're the principal respondent in respect of the council side, is that right?
Yes, it is.
That's lovely, thank you. Well, perhaps you could keep your microphone on then, because I think it's probably going to be a discussion between you and me so for much of the afternoon. So I'd like to start, if I may, with site IP014, which is Hope Church, and this is a site that's allocated for 23 dwellings in policy SP2. Now, your appendix to the hearing position statement for matter 6 says that the statement of common ground with Handford Homes, which is I27, indicates delivery for year 3. And appendix 1 to the council's updated housing delivery note, which is I24, also now says that this site will deliver 25 dwellings in year 3. What evidence is there, apart from the statement of Handford Homes, that this site would come forward as anticipated? And is 25 the correct capacity now for this site, given that the updated trajectory refers to 21 dwellings in year 3, and the policy, the table to policy SP2 refers to 23 dwellings? I just wanted a clarification on that, if I may, please.
Okay, thank you, Inspector.
Sorry, there was a lot there, wasn't there?
Okay. Yes, I mean the up-to-date position is as set out in the document K6 from Friday. So this is 25 dwellings in year 3. This is based on the evidence that we've had from Handford Homes. It's certainly 25 is achievable with our density assumptions.
Okay, so in terms of the table to policy SP2 then, there would presumably need to be a change, would there, from 23 dwellings to 25, if that's now the correct capacity?
Yes, please, yes.
And what's the 25 based on? Has there been a planning application on the site?
There hasn't been an application yet. We understand from Handford Homes that they are looking at, they have schematic drawings prepared,
Right.
but at the moment, as with the other SP2 allocations, it would be an indicative capacity.
Okay. So in terms of a planning application coming forward, what are the timescales for that? And would it be a full application, or would it be an outline application in the first instance?
I'm just checking the addendum that was again attached to the K6 document. Oh, sorry. Okay, here we go. Handford Homes. So the programme sets out pre-application due April 2021.
So that's pre-application.
Yeah, yeah.
So what about submission?
I don't have a firm date in the Statement of Common Ground for submission, but as I understand it, the previous experience with Ipswich Borough Council sites is that they do tend to move quite quickly from pre-app to application.
Okay. And is it likely to be a full planning application rather than an outline? Is that?
Again, I don't know for sure, but certainly looking at the example of Bibway, I believe that's a full application.
Okay.
Mr. Hone may be able to confirm that or otherwise.
Yeah, the council's general position on applications such as this is to submit a full application, having gone through some detailed pre-app in advance. And as Mrs. Barker has set out, generally the timeframes are more compressed than what you would expect with other developers, given the confidence that the council has with its own delivery record.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further on this particular site. Is there anything else you wanted to say about it, Mrs. Barker?
I don't think so, thank you. I think you've got all the information.
Okay, thank you.
that we can provide.
It might just be useful for me to say at this point that Mr. Hayden and I, in terms of making our life a little bit easier, we have thought that it perhaps would be useful if we could provide the council with some headings for a table just for the 5 years housing land supply sites, so that you can set out the position in respect of each site in terms of the whole story, if you like, of that particular site. So going from ownership, I know you've done this in places, but in terms of ownership, whether it needs to be sold on to a developer or a house builder, whether there's a planning application that has been approved or whether it's expected, what the timescales are for that, and then the start dates and the build out rates and completions on that site. I'm sure that information is readily available to the council, and it may well be that we have it in various places, but it would be really helpful to us just so we can see the whole story, because you will obviously be aware that the 5-year housing land supply position is quite tight at 5.09 years. So we do need to make sure that the sites that are within the 5-year housing land supply are going to come forward as expected and anticipated. So as much information as you can provide for us would be helpful in determining whether there is a 5-year supply upon adoption. So but myself and Mr. Hayden will work on those headings and provide those to the council so that you can hopefully fill in the table. Is that something you'd be agreeable to?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Absolutely, yeah.
That would be really helpful to us, and certainly would help us in determining whether or not there is a 5-year supply going forward. So thank you. So it may well be that some of the questions I ask now are ones that can be answered on the table, but we'll go through them in any event and just see where we go. So if I can move on then to IP047, which is land at Commercial Road, and this is allocated for 173 dwellings within policy SP2. And your appendix to your hearing position statement for matter 6 says that there is a pending planning application for 173 dwellings on this site. However, it does refer to it as both an outline and a full application, but it's my understanding that it is just an outline planning application. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's the one that's going. Sorry, that's the one that's going to committee on the 16th of December.
I thought it was. Yes, thank you for that. And in MM 3.5, which is the proposed main mod that's included in your hearing, you don't need to get it out. Sorry. In your hearing position statement to matter 3, it proposes to amend the timescale for the delivery of this site from S/M to S, which is obviously to short term, and the dwellings on this site are now shown as being completed in years 3, 4 and 5, so 35, 65 and 73 dwellings respectively, and that's shown in the trajectory, and it's also indicated in appendix 1 of your updated housing delivery note. given that outline planning permission is yet to be granted for this site, albeit that it could be determined this month, and Section 106 negotiations are ongoing, what evidence is there to support the delivery of this site as now anticipated in the short term, as opposed to the short to medium term, which was set out previously in Table 1 to Policy SP2? Sorry, that's a very long question. I do apologise for that.
That's okay. The site has no buildings on it. It's a temporary car park, the permission for which expires on the 20th of December. The council, as you know, is in discussion with Homes England about this site. There's a developer on board. We do understand that the promoter of the planning application is in the process of appointing a main contractor. So we have every indication that that it's going to proceed.
Okay. And in terms of the Homes England discussions that you refer to, and that there's an HIF bid, isn't there, to address contamination issues, I understand. Is the development of this site dependent on that bid being successful, and what is the timescale for that bid?
Could I actually pass over to Mr. Hone, who's actually the person having the conversations with Homes England on this matter?
Okay, that's lovely.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hone, are you able to help me with that?
Yes, of course. So the planning application is, as Mrs. Barker said, it's being presented to Planning Committee on the 16th with a recommendation of approval. The Section 106 negotiations are ongoing in terms of the draft of what a Section 106 might look like. However, the level and detail of contributions have effectively been agreed by officers, hence why the recommendation of approval can be put before members. So in planning terms, from an officer's perspective, we are satisfied with the scheme as it is, as per the outline planning permission. The ongoing discussions with Homes England would allow, if they are successful and if we get through the HIF process, they would allow for hopefully some HIF money to be provided towards either contamination and or affordable housing provision. And that would be in addition to what's already being proposed by the developer. So there is a gap between what is being proposed by the developer and the infrastructure needs for the site. So if HIF was successful, that would wash out through the Section 106 viability review that would be included in the Section 106 agreement. However, as I said, officers have made a recommendation on the basis of what has been submitted by the developer.
So if that funding doesn't come online for any reason, then the development would still go ahead, but just with reduced contributions as far as the Section 106 is concerned. Is that right?
That's the officer position that we've put forward to our members.
Okay, thank you. So, so in terms of issues around contamination, they would be dealt with by the developer.
That's correct.
Without funding. Okay. And in terms of the timescale for finding out whether that funding is available, are you able to give me any more information on that?
The specific funding we were talking to Homes England about was to do with affordable housing, and that funding was reliant on planning permission being in place. So whilst we are ongoing, as I've said in previous sessions, discussions with Homes England on 3 different fronts, we would need to get that planning permission through before those detailed discussions for the funding that's available can continue.
Okay. And you've talked about the site being in the hands of a developer, and that's Plutus Ipswich Limited, as I understand it. Would this site be developed solely by them, or would there be another house builder or developer on site? So would there be additional outlets to Plutus?
I think that they would be the sole delivery agent for the site. They are now actually the site owner as well, whereas previously when we had an application in, they had an option on the site. So there is more confidence in that coming forward, hence the sort of more detailed discussions between the local planning authority and the developer, which has enabled us to get it to a position where we can recommend it for approval to committee.
Okay, because you'll have, the only reason I asked that question is because the trajectory talks about the delivery of 65 dwellings and 73 dwellings in years 4 and 5, and you'll have heard my colleague Mr. Hayden when he was talking about the norm, if you like, for a house builder and the number of dwellings that they can build out each year being somewhere between 30 and 50, and we would normally expect to have more than one outlet where the numbers are over 50. I just wondered whether those delivery rates of 65 and 73 in years 4 and 5 are actually achievable by a single developer.
Whilst it may well be a single developer delivering on site, that there's different products that they would have as part of their sort of delivery on site. So it's not necessarily just one type of house that's coming forward. There's a wide variety across the site. There's some flats which are all more smaller accommodation towards Princes Street Bridge, and then the sort of more family housing goes into the site. So whilst they would be doing it in a phased approach, I can see that they would be delivering more than one product at the same time on site.
Yes, that doesn't really answer my question, but in terms of the numbers, has Plutus, is there evidence that Plutus has delivered those sorts of numbers on sites previously in and around Ipswich?
Not in and around Ipswich, but they are a regeneration focused development company looking at difficult sites. So, you know, there is evidence to suggest that house building can happen at a higher volume than what has been quoted in these sessions, and we have provided evidence on that, particularly in developments in Ipswich and around Ipswich.
Is there anything you'd particularly point me to in terms of Plutus or this site, in terms of evidence to support the delivery of the number of dwellings that you have in the 5-year supply for this site?
No evidence other than the evidence that we've put forward about the number of developments you would expect to find out of a housing site in and around the area, which is in places higher than the 50 that has been quoted in the past.
Okay, is there anything else on this particular site before we move on? No? So if we can move on then to IP054A, which is 30 Lower Brook Street, and this is identified as in policy SP3 for 62 dwellings. And the trajectory in your hearing position statement on matter 3 indicates that this site benefits from planning permission. What evidence do you have to support the assumption that all dwellings will be completed in year 4, particularly given that Appendix 1 of the Council's updated housing delivery note states that the site is currently being marketed? Is the site in the control or ownership of a developer and house builder, for instance, yet? Has that position moved on, or is it still being marketed?
I'm not aware as to whether somebody has bought the site yet. I think the point I would make with this site is that a significant constraint was archaeology, and that constraint has now been dealt with. And so the site is cleared, the archaeology investigations have been done.
Okay.
It's ready to go.
So it just needs a developer or a house builder in place. But you've no indication of likely interest at all on the site?
I don't know at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else on this site before we move on? Okay, I'll move on then to, sorry, I'll move on to...
Sorry, would I just be able to say something just briefly? With regards to the site, there is planning permission for the amount of dwellings on that site, and it is has been established how the development could incorporate the historical site next door and how it would relate to the listed buildings on the opposite side of the road. So some of those constraints that might come forward as future applications, if they were to come forward, have been resolved. The archaeology conditions have been discharged on the site and the site is clear.
But you wouldn't anticipate further applications coming forward on the site, would you?
As Mr. Barker said, the site's on the market, so we would hope that a new developer would just pick up the planning permission and implement it.
Okay. Thank you. IP 059 then, Elton Park Industrial Estate on Hadley Road. Again, this is a site that's shown in policy SP3 for 103 dwellings. The trajectory in your hearing position statement on matter 3 indicates that this site benefits from outline planning permission. However, the appendix 1 of your updated housing delivery note says that this is pending as section 106 discussions are ongoing. Is that still the case, and what is the timescale for the signing of the section 106 agreement? And what evidence do you have to support the assumption that 34 dwellings will be completed in both years 4 and 5? Mrs. Barker, are you able to answer that?
The section 106 is not yet signed. So okay. I can clarify that. The discussions are ongoing with development management at the moment.
Okay. And how long do you anticipate it would take for the section 106 to be signed?
I can't give you a precise timescale, I'm afraid.
Mr. Hone, are you able to help at all?
Not with a precise timescale, but those discussions have been somewhat curtailed because of the COVID crisis. The site has demolished all buildings on site under a prior notification demolition order, and they are looking to. There was discussions at the planning permission stage about the need for affordable housing and whether or not that would be subject of a viability review given the constraints of the site. The last conversations we were having with the developer were that they were trying to include that within the delivery on site rather than it being subject to a review. And those discussions were ongoing earlier this year, but like I said, that those have been somewhat curtailed.
Okay, so you say discussions are ongoing, but obviously they've been curtailed by the COVID crisis. So in terms of are they actually ongoing, or have they been paused until this crisis is over? Just to give me an idea of the likelihood of when they're going to be resumed.
I think because officers have been involved with the hearings, that they have been paused, but contact has happened quite recently, so that will be picked up imminently.
Okay, so in terms of issuing the decision on the outline planning application, you aren't able to give me a timescale for that at the moment?
Not at this stage, no.
Okay, so in terms of reserve matters applications, you wouldn't be able to give me a timescale for that either, would you?
Not without the permission being in place.
Okay. So in terms of Appendix 1 of the Council's updated housing delivery note, this says that the developer is actively seeking funding partners to ensure site delivery. Again, I wondered what the timescale is for that. And if that's not successful, would this be detrimental to the delivery of this site? Mrs. Barker or Mr. Hone, are you able to help me with that?
Okay, the information I have on that is what was provided in the statement from the agent at I-23.
Could you remind me what that says, please? Just to save me looking it up.
So it says that they are actively seeking funding partners to ensure the site's delivery. There are protracted land and associated Section 106 negotiations. Clients are considering disposing of the site, but they have also prepared reserve matters drawings. Informal discussions have taken place with IBC regarding details, and clients are confident the site is capable of delivery.
Okay. So given that there are a few issues with this site in relation to the outline planning application and Section 106, and also the need to seek funding partners, how realistic is it that the development will be completed as suggested in years 4 and 5?
I think it is realistic. You know, there is ongoing activity on this site. It's a cleared site. There is a lot of building activity just across the boundary in Baber in this area. So in terms of the market, there is delivery taking place up at Wolsey Grange. The development across the river at the sugar beet factory again in Baber, that has progressed for employment uses. So you've no longer got a derelict employment site across the river. So we feel there are positive indications that this site could come forward.
Okay. I mean, that's all things. Those are all things that are going on in the surrounding area. But in terms of this site, it sounds like it's probably stalled a little bit with the COVID crisis. And is that going to have any implications for its delivery, do you feel?
Well, we would hope, given that the Section 106 negotiations are ongoing, we would hope that it wouldn't, and that it can come forward as anticipated.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Hayden, did you have anything further on that site? No. Okay. We'll move on then to IP066, which is JJ Wilson, White Elm Street, and land to the rear of Cavendish Street. This is a site that's allocated for 55 dwellings in policy SP2. The trajectory in your hearing position statement on matter 3 indicates that this site would deliver 22 dwellings in year 5, which is supported by the appendix to your hearing position statement on matter 6, which states that delivery is anticipated from year 5, and also appendix 1 to your updated housing delivery note. However, there is a requirement, as specified in your hearing position statement, to relocate the existing uses on this site. So I just wondered what evidence you have to support the delivery of dwellings on this site as set out in the housing trajectory, given the need to relocate existing uses from the site. Mrs. Barker, are you able to help me with that?
Yes, if I can clarify, actually. There are several different occupiers on the site, but there are it's easier to think of it in sections. There's a section fronting Cavendish Street, which currently is just car park. Okay. There is a building adjacent to that to the northeast, which is vacant. And we are in discussion with the agents on that site. And there is another section on the Bishop's Hill frontage where we understand the owner has alternative premises. So it's because of the multiple ownerships, it is slightly complex, but there are parts of the site which could come forward more quickly, and where there has been pre-application activity as well. So it could come forward on a phased basis. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I mean, I was going to come on to this sort of multiple ownership issue, because you do say in your housing delivery note that the site is in multiple ownerships, and that you're in discussion with 3 landowners and agents representing a major portion of the site. And I just wondered what impact that would have on the delivery of the site, because obviously dealing with a number of different owners can cause problems, can't it? But if you're saying to me that it would come forward in a phased way, would that be possible? Would it be achievable on this site? We believe that would be possible, yes. It's a site where I think we would want a comprehensive master plan to understand the whole, obviously, but to enable parcels to come forward within that. Okay. And who would prepare the master plan? I think it's likely that the council would lead on that. And indeed, we are working to bring together landowners on parts of the site. So in terms of the timescale for the master planning exercise then, Mrs. Barker, how long would that take in your view? I would imagine that could be done quite quickly, probably over the next 12 months.
Okay. So in terms of, so we're looking at over the months for the master planning exercise, and then presumably for any applications to be submitted after that. So is it still realistic that development would take place in year 5? Would those dwellings be delivered in year 5, given that there are those issues to be dealt with along with the phasing of the development?
I think it would be possible. I mean, again, we've looked at the sorts of lead-in times that we've seen elsewhere in the borough, and certainly, you know, year 5 is within the range we've seen.
And is that on sites where they've been in multiple ownerships?
Let me have a look.
Madam, I would just add, while Mrs. Barker's just looking into that, obviously the master planning would cover the whole of the site, but as I think Mrs. Barker, the point she's made is that it could come through in a phased basis. So whilst it is in multiple ownerships, it wouldn't be necessary for all of the owners to come together and promote a single application.
No, that's fine. It's just if it's coming forward in a phase on a phased basis, will all of those phases be within the 5 years of? You know, I know that the trajectory is looking at it all coming forward in year 5, but if coming forward on a phased basis, how is that going to impact upon the trajectory and the 5-year supply? That was the point I was trying to get to. Okay,
but the subsequent phases are in year, the subsequent development is in year 6. So year 5 would be our first anticipated completions.
Okay, thank you. And presumably the site would need to be sold to a house builder or developer or a series of house builders and developers going forward, is that right? It wouldn't be the owner that develops.
That would be my assumption, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hayden, did you have any further questions on this particular site? No, okay, thank you. IP074 then, if we can move on to that one, which is land at Upper Orwell Street, and this is within policy SP3 and is for 9 dwellings. I was just a bit unclear as to whether or not planning permission had expired on this site, as was indicated in the appendix to the hearing position statement on matter 3.
Might I come in on that?
Yes, please, Mr. Hone, if you could.
I think that the planning permission has been granted, conditions have been discharged and the site has been implemented. So it's an extant permission.
Okay. Thank you. I was just a bit unclear. It seemed to indicate that the site had the planning permission had expired in the hearing position statement. So if that's the up-to-date position, I'm happy to take it as that. That's fine. Thank you. Moving on then to IP084A, which is County Hall, St Helens Street, again in policy SP3 for 40 dwellings. I just wondered what evidence there is to support the delivery of this site as anticipated in the housing trajectory, and also in Appendix 1 of your updated housing delivery note, which is all 40 dwellings in year 4. Mrs. Barker, are you able to help me with that?
Yes, thank you, Inspector. So this is, yes, a scheme of 40 flats. It has full planning permission. The Section 106 has been signed. Oh, sorry. Wait, just let me check that actually.
I understood that the council's minded to grant planning permission, but subject to the signing of a Section 106. Is that right?
Sorry. Yes, it is. It is still subject to the Section 106 negotiations, which relate to the trigger point for the development of the element of the scheme, which is converting the listed building County Hall into flats. So although it's a 40 flat scheme, Some of those flats are within the listed building. Some take the form of a new extension to the rear.
I see.
And so the Section 106 negotiations that are ongoing relate to the relationship between those two portions of the scheme, if you like.
I see. So it would be that the so is it in relation to the development of the conversion, if you like, of the county hall prior to the extension of the building to the rear? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what's the timescale? You're probably used to all the questions I'm asking now, but in terms of what's the likely timescale for the approval of or the signing of the Section 106 agreement and the issuing of this decision?
Could I pass over to Mr. Hone for the details for the Section 106, please?
Yes, that's fine. Mr. Hone, are you able to help?
I'll try. I think that the negotiations are quite tricky on this site. It's a very large, big, prominent building within the town centre, and as Mrs. Barker said, it's listed and it's on the buildings at risk register. So we've been primarily working on implementation of urgent works to the listed building to protect it from further deterioration. However, officers will be looking at finalising negotiations on the Section 106 so that the phasing is appropriate and the listed building isn't, how shall I say it, left behind. So that is a tricky negotiation, and we do hope to have it completed within the first quarter of next year.
Okay, so you see the decision as being issued within the first quarter of next year?
We would hope so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more points on that site? Mr. Hayden, did you have anything? No, that's fine. In terms of IP 106, I have no further questions on this because I understand that from the updated housing delivery note, this site is already under construction. Is that right, Mrs. Barker?
Yes.
Lovely,
yes,
thank
it is,
you.
yeah.
Moving on then to IP 109, the drift at Woodbridge Road, again in policy SP3 for 6 dwellings. Table 2 to policy SP3 says that the planning application on this site is pending. Does that mean that it's awaiting the signing of a Section 106 agreement? Mrs. Barker, is that right?
Yeah, yes. There is, but actually there is now more up-to-date and recent pre-application activity around a proposal for 11 dwellings.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And this is why, again, sorry, it's the numbers have changed a little bit, but 11 dwellings is oh no, sorry. I'm getting confused myself.
Don't worry, there are so many
trajectory. It's in the trajectory for 6 dwellings. Okay.
Yeah.
There is pre-app in for 11 dwellings, but we consider that it's more likely to be a lower number.
Okay.
So we've gone with 6 in the 5-year supply. With this one, it's a low density scheme in the high value area of the town. So we do feel this is a good site that can come forward within 5 years.
I see. So in terms of the planning application that was awaiting the signing of a Section 106, because there is a pre-application discussion for 11 dwellings, does that mean that the previous discussions on the Section 106 have now stopped?
That's my understanding, and in fact the site does have an adopted allocation from the adopted local plan as well, which kind of almost supersedes really that earlier application activity. So I think it's moved on from that now.
Okay, so there's no prospect of the Section 106 agreement being signed. I mean, I did note that the application number seems to date back to 2012. So it seemed to be quite a long in the tooth application, if I can call it that. But so in terms of the site activity that we should be concerned about, it's the pre-application discussion for 11 dwellings, which has been undertaken just recently, and not the reference back to this application which was pending the signing of a 106. Is that right?
I would say that's the more relevant consideration.
So in terms of the anticipated delivery of these dwellings in year 4 then, what evidence do you have to support them coming forward at that point, other than this sort of pre-application discussion that's ongoing at the moment?
Well, it is the recent activity in relation to this site, and as I said, that it's a high value area, and it would be delivering houses. So, you know, our viability evidence indicates that that would be a profitable scheme.
But in terms of the land, is the land in the ownership of a house builder, or is it a private landowner who would have to sell the site on?
I would have to check that. I'm sorry, I don't have that information off the
Okay.
top of my head.
Well, perhaps that's something that can be filled in the table that we're going to be asking you to fill in. So it's just obviously because that will have implications, won't it, in terms of the timescale if the site has to be sold and a developer brought on board. So that's the reason I was asking that question, but that could hopefully be clarified. Mr. Hone, did you want to say something about that?
Just to clarify that the site is 100% vacant and it's in the ownership of one party. Mm-hmm. So yes, we still need to clarify whether or not that party is a developer themselves, but it does make delivery a bit clearer in terms of going forward. Thank you.
Is there anything else in terms of that site before we move on? No? Okay, so IP 125, the corner of Hawk Road and Holbrook Road, in policy, allocated in policy SP2 for 24 dwellings. Again, this is a site where there's a statement of common ground with Hanford Homes, and it indicate the statement of common ground indicates delivery from year 4. Appendix 1 to the council's updated housing delivery note says that the delivery of 15 dwellings would be completed in year 3, rather than the 24 dwellings which the site is allocated for. Mrs. Barker, are you able to just enlighten me in terms of the difference in terms of capacity, please?
Yes, yes. Apologies for this being confusing. The site, as allocated through the site allocations plan, is a vacant employment site, and the capacity of that, as indicated in the document case 6, is 15 dwellings. What our colleagues in Hanford Homes are considering is some adjacent land, which may also form part of their application, but in terms of our allocated site, it is a slightly smaller area.
Right, sorry, so the allocation is 15 dwellings. Yeah, sorry, so it's not 24 dwellings.
It's not 24 dwellings, no.
Okay, that's fine. It just so in terms of policy SP2, oh right, yes. So policy SP2 refers to 15 dwellings. Yeah. My mistake. I apologise. I thought that was the allocation, but it's not. It's I've muddled it up with the Hanford Homes. 20. Is it for 24 dwellings the total then for the 2 sites? Yeah. Sorry.
24 is what they have mentioned, I think, in the statement of common ground.
That's where my confusion lays. Thank you.
Understandable, yeah.
Thank you. So the allocation is for 15, and that's the bit we're concerned about. Thank you. And so that's, yes, they're anticipated to come forward and be completed in year 3. And do you have any additional evidence other than the statement of common ground with Hanford Homes in terms of supporting that?
It is a statement of common ground, and the most recent addendum from the 4th of December, which confirms April 2023.
Okay.
As the schedule.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions in relation to this site? No? Okay. Moving on then to IP 131, which is Milton Street, in policy SP3 for 9 dwellings. And I noticed in your in MM 3.6 to your appendix of your hearing position statement on matter 3, you propose amending the timescale for the delivery of this site from medium to short term. And the dwellings on this site are now shown as being completed in year 3 in the trajectory to the housing position hearing position statement and in appendix 1 of your updated housing delivery note. What evidence is there to support the delivery of this site as now anticipated in the short term, as opposed to the medium term previously set out in policy 2 to, in table 2 to policy SP3, particularly as the site isn't in the control of a developer or house builder, as far as I understand it? Is that right?
That's my understanding, but it has full planning permission.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's in the high value area of the town. It's a non-conforming use surrounded by housing.
Okay.
So there's no reason to think it wouldn't come forward.
Thank you. Is there anything else? Mr. Hayden, did you have anything on that? No? Okay. IP 135 then, which is 112 to 116 Bramford Road, allocated in policy SP2 for 19 dwellings. And your hearing position statement and your updated housing delivery note both indicate this site would deliver all 19 dwellings in year 5. What evidence do you have to support the delivery of dwellings on this site as set out in the housing trajectory, particularly given that a previous planning permission for residential development expired, and also I understand there's a current use of the site as a car wash, which has been granted temporary planning permission until October next year. So what evidence do you have to support that site coming forward as anticipated?
Okay. There has been previous interest in bringing the site forward. It was some time ago now. I think there was a discussion in 2014. But as you say, the car wash permission expires next year. It's conditioned to remove all the infrastructure associated with the car wash at that time. And you know, it's a good site. It's close to local centre and district centre facilities on Norwich Road. There has been quite recent development in the area, so we think it's well placed to come forward.
Is there a willingness on the part of the landowner to bring it forward? Do you know?
I only know in relation to the earlier activity I referred to. It's still in the same ownership now as when the discussions were held previously. Because
that planning permission was allowed to expire, I just wondered if there was a willingness on behalf of the landowner to actually bring it forward, or if the current temporary use is probably more profitable for them.
As I say, I'm sorry, I can't say at the moment, other than referring back to the earlier indications.
So the council hasn't been in any discussions with the landowner about the allocation, have they?
Not actively at the moment.
Okay.
Adam, what I would say is it is the intention of the local planning authority to get in contact prior to the cessation of the planning permission on site in October, as you said. So we will be engaging with them to try and get this site to come forward.
Okay. Mr. Hayden, did you want to say something about that?
Yeah, well, I can probably come in on it at the end, but just to remind the council, I mean, the evidence threshold is in the NPPF is that where it's allocated without any permission, it should only be considered deliverable where it's there is clear evidence that completions will begin on site within 5 years. So, I mean, we're very keen to listen to the evidence, but I'm not hearing any evidence that the site's going to deliver housing in 5 years. Yeah, that's, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not hearing any evidence that this site will deliver in 5 years, or the Hawk Road site will deliver within 5 years.
So could I just say, I think obviously we understand the position and clear evidence within the overarching context of a realistic prospect. And certainly on some of the sites, I appreciate there perhaps isn't the detailed level of information that you might be seeking. But factors that Mrs. Barker or Mr. Hone have been outlining, so, you know, the attractiveness of the site, the development that's going on in the vicinity of the site, those sorts of things, we say are indications that there is a realistic prospect that these sites will come forward, because as with most regeneration, once the regeneration starts, others follow in its place. And so I think that's the message that they're trying to get across. I don't know if there was any objection from this particular landowner to the allocation of the site, because I know you've asked whether it would be more in their interest to carry on with the existing use. But I'm seeing Mrs. Baker shake her head, so I don't think there was any objection from the landowner to its allocation as a housing site. And I just think that picture of, you know, regeneration activity beginning, triggering, and others following is a central picture that should be borne in mind when we're considering some of these sites.
Well, I mean, I think I hear that, and that's a helpful comment. I suppose my response to that is, and again, this is, you know, we're playing devil's advocate to a degree, because I think we're keen to see the evidence on what is a very tight 5-year land supply. It is in the current adopted plan. I'm not sure whether it was in the previous plan, but you know, what is the additional evidence that's in front of us that this site is any more likely to come forward now or in the next 5 years than, you know, since 2017. And yeah, I'm not surprised that the landowner would have no objection to it being allocated for housing, but that's not an indication that the site's going to come forward.
I take that point, sir, and I think Mr. Hone has tried to, and it may be that he'd like to address this point further, but to explain the slightly delayed recovery that Ipswich has experienced from the economic crash in 2008, and so there are green shoots coming out, but there has been a delay in that process that Ipswich has experienced, perhaps more than other places. But the recent indications of activity around some of these sites is, we say, a sign of these shoots coming forward, and you know, an indication that other sites are likely to follow.
Yeah. I mean, from my perspective, obviously, Ms. Baker and I will be conducting site visits, and I think we'll be very interested in visiting particularly the 5-year land supply sites. And so I think it would be incredibly helpful if in the schedule that you're going to prepare for us with additional evidence, is if that's one of the areas that, you know, on sites like this where there's no planning application, no current discussions, but you say that there's evidence of regeneration activity, I think it'd be helpful if you can tell us where that is so that we can observe it and reach some judgment ourselves on it.
Absolutely, sir. We'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That would be very useful. Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Okay, we'll move on then, if we can, to IP 142 and land at Duke Street. Again, it's allocated in policy SP3 for 44 dwellings. And in terms of main modification 3.6 in your appendix to your hearing position statement on matter 3, this proposes amending the timescale for the delivery of this site from medium to short term. And the dwellings are now shown as being completed in year 5 in the housing trajectory. to this HPS, and also in Appendix 1 of your updated housing delivery note. Again, what evidence is there to support the delivery of this site as now anticipated in the short term, as opposed to the medium term set out previously in Table 2 to Policy SP3, particularly as the site is not in the control of a developer or house builder? Mrs. Barker or Mr. Hone, would you like to respond to that, please?
Well, this is a site with full planning permission, and the conditions are being discharged. So the indication is that it's progressing.
I see. Thank you. Is there anything further on that site then before we move on? Okay. IP143 then, which is the former Norsk Hydro Limited Sandy Hill Lane in Policy SP3 for 85 dwellings. MM 3.6 in the appendix to your hearing position statement on matter 3 proposes to move this from Table 1 in Policy SP2 to Table 2 in Policy SP3. This site benefits from outline planning permission, but what evidence is there to support the delivery of this site in years 3 and 4 for 40 and 45 dwellings respectively, as shown in the trajectory and in your updated housing delivery note? Mrs. Barker or Mr. Hone, are you able to help me with that, please?
Yes, certainly. The outline, sorry, Mr.
That's
Barker.
my fault for inviting you both. Apologies. Mr. Hone, I'll hear from you first and then I'll come back to Mrs. Barker.
The outline planning permission is in place, and it's subject to a legal agreement that looks at certain clauses and triggers relating to contamination, and those clauses and triggers are actually in discussion to be resolved as we speak. So there is progress on the delivery, having regards to the resolution of the Section 106 matters. That Section 106 is signed and in place.
Thank you, that's helpful. Mrs. Barker, did you want to add anything further to that?
No, I think that's as much as I was going to say. Thank you.
That's the problem with going second, isn't it? Thank you. Okay, so in terms of this site, that you've referred, there's a statement of common ground with Cheltenham Developments, which is I24.1, and that agrees the anticipated delivery of this site in years 3 and 4 based on the anticipated programme of remediation works, subsequent marketing and further development required. However, there's no evidence, as far as I could see, to indicate how long the process of undertaking further ground investigation feasibility work and any required decontamination of the site might take. Furthermore, it's apparent that the site would require marketing, and that there would be a need for subsequent reserve matters or a full planning application to be made. Given all of that, and obviously I'm taking on board some of the points you've just raised, Mr. Hone, in respect of the Section 106, but how reasonable is the assumption that the first 40 dwellings will be completed on this site in year 4? Mrs. Barker or Mr. Hone, I'm not worried. Do you want to go first this time, Mrs. Barker? Is that fair?
Okay. Again, I would just point to both the statement of common ground with Cheltenham Developments and also to our information from other schemes within Ipswich and the sort of speed of delivery that we've seen there.
But in terms of the contamination issue and the ground investigation works that have to be undertaken, are there other similar schemes that you've compared this scheme to in terms of its deliverability and the amount of work that's required?
I mean, certainly looking at the range of other sites that we looked at, a lot of those sites were brownfield sites that would have required, you know, some element of ground remediation. I wouldn't like to speculate on whether, you know, this site would be the same or different, but you know, given the nature of sites in Ipswich, it's not uncommon for there to be issues of ground conditions.
Okay, Mr. Hone, is there anything further you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you. Without really providing any commercially sensitive information to you, the feasibility on the ground contamination has been undertaken to discharge the clause in the Section 106 agreement.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anything further on this site then before we move on? No, lovely. If we can move on then to IP 279A, and this is the former British Telecom site on Bibb Way, and this is shown in policy SP3 for 78 dwellings. We'll come on to the other two IPs, 279B 1 and 2 in a moment, but this site has prior approval, which was approved in 2018. What evidence is there to support the anticipated delivery of all 78 dwellings in year 2 set out in the Statement of Common Ground and in the housing trajectory and your updated housing delivery note? Mrs. Barker, did you want to say something about that, please?
Okay, thank you. Yes, this the prior approval was originally for 104 dwellings. So this is the central element of the site, which is an existing office. So this was change of use. This is now reducing to 78, we understand, to allow for better space standards within the building. The evidence we have is, as referred to in the Statement of Common Ground, and also it is in a pre-application process at the moment, along with this is the whole site, in fact, but obviously including that 78 element.
Okay, so in terms of the 78 element coming forward in year 2, what evidence have you to show that that's going to come forward at that point?
The evidence we have is the information that we've received through the Statement of Common Ground.
And perhaps we could go on to talk about 279B 1 and 2 then, and that's the land north and south of this site, isn't it, for 35 and 36 dwellings respectively, although I understand from your sorry, I'm just rereading my questions, but I was going to ask what evidence there is to support the delivery of those that number of dwellings, 35 and 37 in years 3 and 4 respectively, but also referring to MM 3.5 in your hearing position statement on matter 3, that the increased capacity on these sites from 18 and 29 dwellings respectively is based on the master planning work, and is that the discussion? Those are the discussions that you've just been talking about in terms of IP 279A and looking at the wider site. So that's why we're now looking at a different number of dwellings on that site. Is that right?
The number that we were previously looking at across the whole site was 149. That the latest information we have through the Statement of Common Ground addendum with Ipswich Borough assets is 150. So the number across the site is very, very nearly the same, but just configured in a slightly different way.
Okay.
I would also draw your attention to the slight change to the timescale in the 5-year supply information in the K6 document, which now shows the 78 in year 2.
Just
and both.
While I can
Sorry.
no, it's fine. Just so I can get to the right page. Oh yes.
And both of the portion B, if you like, or B and C, both in year 3.
Oh, it does. You're right. Yes. Yes. Thank you for that. And what is the evidence behind that in terms of their deliverability?
again, it's the scheduling information that we've received from Ipswich Borough Assets indicates that they have it scheduled to complete by 2022-23. It's in pre-application discussions at the moment, with a view to an application following early in 2021.
Thank you, and presumably these sites will be included in the note, Mr. Hone, I think you're going to prepare, which was talked about earlier on today, in terms of the Ipswich Borough assets and the number of sites and the capacity for delivery of those sites. Is that right? Would this be one of the, or would these be some of those sites that would be included in that list?
It will be. To add a little bit of clarity about the position on the site, it was, as Mrs. Barker set out, had a prior approval for a larger number of dwellings, and then the site was sold. So the council's companies acquired the site, having done a number of detailed assessments of the office building in terms of the structural integrity of the building, how it could be converted, the marketability of what had approval, and the how it could address the council's housing need. That's why the proposals are looking to change the conversion of that building. I would say that the conversion is more straightforward in terms of delivery as opposed to new build. And we do have that detailed pre-app in, and I do understand that the applicant has undertaken or started their public consultation independently of their engagement with the council's planning department.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Is there anything else in terms of these sites that anybody else would like to say? Mr. Hayden, did you want to say something about them?
Yeah, sorry, could I just clarify on that? So what you're saying, Mr. Hone, on the 279A is that although there's a prior approval in place, that's effectively out of the way. We're now starting again with a further application process for prior approval. Is that correct?
My understanding is that they would be looking to amend the previous prior approval to amend the dwelling to something that's more appropriate for what they want to deliver.
Right. Okay. It just says pre-app submitted and considered. That's all. So I just picked up on that piece of information. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think that's going to be one of those sites where we're going to be looking for some clear evidence that what needs to be done between now and the beginning of 2022, 23 can be achieved in that timescale. Okay, because the reason being that I think, as Ms. Baker was saying, it has a knock-on effect for in terms of site B, doesn't it? So clearly, as soon as this site can get underway, then site B is more likely to come forward. And if this site is delayed in getting underway, then it will delay the other sites coming forward. So I think it's clarity around that we need, really.
Yeah, we're happy to give that. Obviously, the house builder arm of the council would have considered that as part of their pre-app, and we will get that information to you.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Is that it? Thank you. Super. Can we move on then to IP 280, which is Westerfield House, Humberducy Lane, in policy SP3 for 156 dwellings. MM 3.6 in your appendix to your hearing position statement on matter 3 proposes to include this site in table 2 of policy SP3. The site benefits from outline planning permission for 149 dwellings. Now that's 147 assisted living stroke extra care units and 2 associated staff or director dwellings, and full planning permission for 7 assisted living residential units. But what evidence is there to support the delivery of all the 149 dwellings on this site in years 3, 4 and 5? I think it amounts to 50, 65 and 34 dwellings respectively, as set out in the statement of common ground with Mr. Khan, who I understand is the owner of the site. Mrs. Barker, are you able to give me any more information on that, please?
Yes, we have a statement of common ground on this site, reference I-20. which indicates the owner's intention to deliver the scheme. There is also a scheme in for pre-application discussion currently for the full planning permission. I should clarify, in the K6 document, it says detailed planning permission. That relates to the 7 and not the 149. I think that's right.
Yes, that's right. Sorry, no,
yeah.
I did have a note of that outline planning permission for
So
149.
yeah, that's right. It's an outline for the
147,
149. Yeah. But that is now moving forward towards the next stage.
Okay.
Madam, could I just add, as to actual delivery rates, because I know it's a point that you asked earlier and you mentioned there, that there is some further evidence which was provided in the document that I believe is K6, which is the Friday document, and it's section 3, which has some trajectory assumptions, and table 4 in that has monitored delivery rates since 2001, and it sets out averages for sites of various sizes and maximum deliveries achieved. And then table 5 is recent delivery by the council itself. And I'll just say that the 30 to 50 figure that's been discussed has been improved upon in a number of instances. So just to draw that to your attention.
Thank you. That's useful to know. Yes, we're still digesting this information.
I understand. I just thought it would be useful for your subsequent reading to know that it's there.
I think the 30 to 50 figure comes from sort of a rule of thumb that's been used over many years in the development industry for the number of dwellings that can be developed on a site from one particular outlet each year, and it's a good rule of thumb that's stood us in good stead so far. But if there is alternative evidence to demonstrate that a higher number of dwellings can be achieved on particular sites, then obviously that's something that we will take into account. But thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Ford. Mrs. Barker, did you want to say anything else about Westerfield House at all?
No, thank you. No.
Thank you. And Mr. Hone, did you have anything further to add? No. Mr. Hayden, did you have anything? No. Okay. We'll move on then to IP 309. And that's the former Bridgewood Social Club at 68A Austin Street and land to the rear, allocated for 15 dwellings in policy SP2. And this is the trajectory indicates that this site would deliver 15 houses or 15 dwellings in year 4. Again, supported in your appendix to your hearing position statement on matter 6 and in your updated housing delivery note. Again, what evidence do you have to support the delivery of these dwellings on this site as set out in the housing trajectory, Mrs. Barker?
Okay, we've got 2 willing landowners here. An application on the southern portion of the site was withdrawn because of access issues. What is evident now is that the access issues can be resolved by including land to the north, which is in the council's ownership. The council is in discussion with the other landowner about bringing forward the site as a whole using the alternative access. So we believe that the access issue can be resolved and that the site can be brought forward.
So you say that it can be resolved by including land to the north, and that's land within the council ownership and is outside of the allocation, is that right?
No, it's part of the allocation.
Sorry, it's my misunderstanding. So it's within the allocation, but that portion of the site is owned by the council. Sorry, thank you. That was the clarity I needed. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Barker.
Do you want to say something there?
I'm just looking at the plan for that. So it is site 309 that we're talking about, IP 309. On the site sheet, where is the land within the site that would provide access? There is only one point of access to the highway, isn't there? Which presumably has been the the challenge?
Okay, looking at the site sheet plan, the original application came in with the access from the east.
Yeah.
But actually what we're looking at now is Seymour Road and access via Seymour Road to the west.
I see.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, that's helpful. Okay. You've talked about the planning application on the southern portion of the site that's been withdrawn, Mrs. Barker. So what is the timescale for the submission of any subsequent planning application? And would the whole site need to be sold to a house builder or developer, or indeed to the council? Is it part of the site's in the council's ownership, the northern part, and then the southern part's within a different ownership? So would it need to be sold on to bring it forward? How is that going to work?
And that is yet to be determined. But obviously now that the council does have flexibility with the arm's length companies it has. So there are various routes for delivery, if you like.
Okay. And the owner of the southern portion of the site is amenable to that, are they? And is that somebody that is a private owner rather than one of the council's arms? If that...
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a private owner.
Okay. Does anybody else want to say anything further about this site?
Thank you, Madam. Just the planning application that Mrs. Barker made reference to that was eventually withdrawn was submitted by the landowner of that portion of the site, and they were very keen to deliver themselves. Okay. They were looking at quite a unique design and were looking to deliver it for, I understand, social housing. So it may well be that it's a joint venture between the two parties that brings it forward ultimately for the entire allocation. However, that is still subject to negotiation.
I was going to say, but those discussions have yet to take place, is that right?
The formal discussions, yes, certainly.
Okay. Okay, are there any other questions in terms of that site? No? We'll move on then to IP 386. And this is 28 to 50, is it Grimwade Street? Is that how you pronounce it? And that's for 13 dwellings in policy SP3. Again, the MM 3.6 in your appendix to your hearing position statement proposes to include the site in table 2 of policy SP3. And the council is minded to approve planning permission for 13 dwellings subject to the signing of a section 106 agreement is my understanding. What is the timescale for this, and what evidence is there to support the delivery of these dwellings on this site in year 2?
The section 106 is signed.
Okay.
Now. The archaeological conditions have been discharged. The existing buildings on the site have been demolished, so it is coming forward.
Okay.
The updated table that was provided on Friday refers there to detailed planning permission being in place.
Thank you. I've probably just not picked that up, but thank you for that. That's helpful.
Just to clarify on the numbers, it is 16, but because there were 3 flats in the buildings demolished, the trajectory shows it as 13 because that's the net figure.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you. And the updated housing delivery note says that the development was due to commence in autumn of this year. Has it actually commenced yet?
Yes, as I say, the buildings have been cleared and archaeological conditions discharged, so they have started.
They have started in effect. That's lovely, thank you. But presumably construction hasn't begun yet. They're doing the preliminary works. Is that right?
I can't say for sure. I drove past and I could just see the hoardings. So.
Okay. That's fine. Well, no doubt Mr. Hayden and I will be able to have a look when we go and do our site visits. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions on this particular site? No. I just have a question on related to the deliverability of another couple of sites within the 5-year supply. These aren't allocations. These are relating to IP387 and IP388, which I understand are lock-up garages, and in the case of IP387, also an area of amenity space adjacent to 14 Emmanuel Close, and the other lock-up garages are to the rear of 70 to 84 Sheldrake Drive. Now, there was a bit of confusion because the updated housing delivery note indicates that planning permission has been granted, but the hearing position statement appendix indicates that this was still pending. I just wanted to clarify what the position was, Mrs. Barker, on that site. Has planning permission now been granted?
Yes, that has planning permission, and the demolition of the garages is scheduled for this month.
Okay, thank you. It was just really a point of clarification
Sure.
that I wanted to seek on that. I must say I was getting a bit confused by it all at this point. Thank you. So that's fine. So you say the demolition is planned for when?
For this month, for December 2020.
Lovely.
My understanding is that's the case with both of these small sites, IP387 and 388.
Super. Thank you. Well, I don't have any further questions, you'll be pleased to know, but thank you very much for being patient with me. Mr. Hayden, did you have anything further?
No, nothing further. Nothing further.
Lovely. Thank you. Well, we're finishing a few moments early. Is there anything else that the council wanted to say about any of these sites at all? No?
Not from me, thanks. No.
Okay. Well, myself and Mr. Hayden will then put together a table outline, and we will send that across to you through the programme officer. If we can ask you to complete it for sites within the 5-year housing land supply, so that it's clear to us what the evidence is that you're going to be relying on for each of those sites, that would be really helpful. And then we can go away and consider it over the Christmas holidays. But thank you very much for your time today. Is there anything else before I close this hearing session?
Not from me, thanks.
Okay, well, thank you all very much for your time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.